Okay, welcome to the 2020 Eternal World Championships. I'm Andrew Beckstrom. I'm joined by Corey Burkhart today as we are in store for stage 2 of these World Championships. We have 16 of our 24 players still remaining in the field, and they're going to be doing battle across 5 rounds today to determine who will make it to our top 8 tomorrow. And in those 5 rounds, players will need to either get 3 wins to advance immediately to that top 8 tomorrow, or if they pick up their third loss, they will be eliminated from competition. Already guaranteed $1,000 on the line for each of these players. They're playing for up to $15,000, which will be going to first place tomorrow as part of our $50,000 prize pool. It's going to be a great weekend of live competition. We're going to be watching as many matches as we possibly can, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So we're thrilled to have you all joining us today. As we look to stage 2 this morning, Corey, if we can get a look at the bracket for where our players are going to be firing off today, we're going to be starting things in the expedition format. Players are going to be playing with Throne and Expedition decks this weekend. As we see our initial round 1 pairings, we've got Gage versus Adrius, A-Rank versus Stormblessed, Collector versus the Boxer, Tydragon versus Nico Abba, and so on. Our first match of the day is Tydragon versus Nico Abba. So the players are going to be getting started with the matches in just a few minutes. Let's turn our attention to that match. If we can get Tydragon or Nico Abba stack up, we'll be taking a look at what those players are playing. And what's the matchup we're going to be starting with, Corey?
So Tydragon is on the side of this Archmagister's Portal deck, as you can now see on the screen. As you know, we really had to stretch the capabilities of our screen here, maybe shrink down the image a little bit. This is a lot of one-ofs. On the other side, you're going to see Skycrag aggro, so 5-faction affair. But break it down for us here, Andrew. What's going on with Tydragon's Portal deck?
Yeah, Archmagister's Portal is just an awesome, ridiculous payoff. You get all of your units are going to get +2/+2 as long as it's basically the first time you've played one of them this game. Easiest way to do that, just only put 1 copy of each unit in your deck. And so a sweet assortment of cards, everything from Ion the Abductor to Pesky Seedling, Rectifier, Purge Driver. There's just a lot of sweet one-ofs that have awesome abilities. And well, really, Tydragon's going to be hoping that they can draw one of these awesome relic payoffs because restrained action will sort of allow them the ability to search up whichever one they need at the right time. So a lot of cool stuff going on in this deck. They're going to be going up against the Skycrag aggro deck from Nico Abba. Fire aggro is one of the more popular expedition archetypes, but there's a couple of different variations. And what we're going to be looking at here from Nico Abba in just a second is a take on Skycrag that actually plays with more primal cards in the starting deck. If we can get Nico Abba's, yep, there we go. And we see Maveloft Huntress and Champion of Fury sort of being some primal additions to the archetype. Champion of Fury, one of the classic payoffs for being an aggressive fire and primal deck, and then filling it up with just lots of great fire units, Corey.
Yeah, and what we're seeing here from Nico Waba definitely different than what we saw from Adrius earlier on, where it was the mono fire starting deck, but then you have the backlash, you have the Ice Bolt there in the market. Nico is sort of giving up maybe some of the mono faction payoffs. Maybe you don't get something like Clodagh, you don't get something like Prism Golem. The trade-off is you're getting, more powerful cards. Like Champion of Fury, getting a 4/1 charge overwhelm for just 2 power, that's well above expectation. And in a matchup like this, where Tydragon might be fiddling around with their influences, struggling with their just crazy different array of units, this is a unit that realistically can attack multiple times in this matchup, as Tydragon's not flush with the removal as we see out of some of the vision sort of mid-range strategies.
Yep, so a lot of great aggressive units, and I love the amount of reach that these fire aggro decks have right now with Thunder of Wings, Seer, Milos, and Jack. It feels like they always have a fighting chance, even if the board starts getting a little clogged up by those valuable units from the Time Justice Shadows side. So the matches are gonna be getting started here in just a moment. As soon as Nico Abba and Tydragon have joined the game, we'll be joining that. And then as soon as for today, we will have all of the rounds running sort of at the same time. So all of the players will be playing. If our first featured match finishes and there are still matches outstanding, we'll be joining them in progress. But it's going to be a fun day where we'll just keep joining matches until a round concludes. take a moment breather, and then jump right back into the action as we roll through all 5 rounds today. And then coming back, of course, tomorrow at the same time, same channel for the top 8 of the World Championship. For these players, they have a couple of losses to give. That's one of the nice things about the format of this year's Worlds. In stage 1, they just needed to get 3 wins out of 6 rounds. And in this, they need to get 3 wins out of, in stage 2, they need to get 3 wins out of the possible 5 rounds to make it to our top 8. All of the matches that you see today will be best of 3. And so we'll be checking out as many of those games as we possibly can. I love the Blazing Salvo market, like you mentioned in these decks, Corey. For as you mentioned for Nico Abba, with Ice Bolt and Slag, they've got a great suite of removal options, even things that can kill something like a Roland or a Sandstorm Titan. And then with Backlash, they've just got sort of the ultimate answer if something like a Shenra Speaks would emerge on the other side of the board. All right, our game is ready. Let's check out the first match of Stage 2 here at the World Championship. Welcome and thanks for joining us here at Stage 2 of the World Championship. Nico Abba getting things kicked off furiously with a Fury Blade, putting Tydragon down to 23 here. Corey, how's Tydragon's hand looking like it's slowing down a Fire Aggro start?
This actually isn't the worst here from Tydragon. They aren't flush with removal, so it is going to be difficult for them to actually sort of fight back onto the board. But a Damara into an Amber Acolyte, this is sort of a clean setup. Like, if they manage to survive, they'll be able to play out all these cards on curve. It's now a matter of Tydragon trying to find one of those powerful 4-drop options as we look to see a Damara here, maybe intercepting the attack with an ambush on the Champion of Fury, maybe able to soak up that Fury Blade.
You gotta love the Damara's ambush here, just being able to get around that permafrost, making it super annoying for Nico Abaz. They're going to absorb the Relic Weapon attack, valuing getting able to block the Champion of Fury. A Seer here would be devastating as it would unlock the overwhelmed potential of Champion of Fury to still get through, but there is no Seer for Nico Abba as those units trade off.
Yeah, and a brutal spot there for Nico Abba, not actually finding like a Milos or anything to add to the board, just has to pass back with that 3 power. Thankfully for them, they do have this Jack, and they're going to set up a pretty huge Jack turn here, as I expect to see Granite Waystone played in that Fire Sigil, discarded Jack's ability, and pushing 6 more damage here onto Tydragon.
All right, we see the Bounty Hunter making a treasure trove, dealing a bunch of damage. Tydragon has fallen all the way down to 7. We could see maybe the Sight come down. The Praxis Arcanum.
Probably a refresh just on themselves here.
Pushing Tydragon up to 11, and now we'll see an interesting decision from Nico Abba. Are they just going to ignore the Praxis Arcanum? It makes all of their units and relics cost 1 less, and it eventually will summon Talir Unbound.
Yeah, this is a really terrifying one to let sit and play. You do want to push damage, and yeah, Nico's going to go straight upstairs, get Tydragon back into that range of, you have a copy of Obliterate, you have all these copies of Thunder of Wings. If you can get them down to, 5, 6, 7 here, this is basically the spot where Nico wants to get their opponent, and yeah, Tydragon here down to 5, but now you're kind of risking it here. This Praxis Arcanum has the ability to reduce possibly multiple cards' costs here. So see that Accelerate fired off onto that Makar Stranger.
Yeah, so Tydragon can play the Makar Stranger, steal the top card of the deck, and because it has charge, kill the Jack.
That's what we're going to see, and that's a huge pickup. They just found a blocker here, Andrew.
That's an incredible swing, because now they're going to get to kill the Jack. Either the Pyro Knight will either...
you actually possibly kill the Pyro Knight here?
Oh, you know what? You do, because the Pyro Knight with its ultimate could get up to being a 6/5 attacker, and since you're at 5, and now I guess you can permafrost. Oh, I think Nico Abba's going to find
did it.
Yeah, so I think we'll see Nico Abba's got a great line here. If they go permafrost, attack for 4, and then Jack for the last 2 points.
Just in the nick of time there, too, as that Makar Stranger was going to lock out all the units there, but Nico Abba here in game number 1 manages to close it out.
Really tight game there. Tydragon, off the back of that accelerated Makar Stranger, was so close to swinging the game back into their favor. They were going to get a restrained action next turn, start finding some units to help them gain more health. But Nico Abba goes up a game there in our first game of the day. So for Tydragon, they'll be back on the play. And yeah, it was sort of that critical fourth turn of the game where Praxis Arcanum set them up for a really great fifth turn, but just the inability to be able to either kill the Fury Blade or kill the Jack, it just kind of left them too far behind.
Yeah, that's a spot where if you have an Ion, you have a Sandstorm Titan, you have a Diana Fate Shield, the script could completely flip. Like, we could be talking about how Tydragon, has built out this large blocker, they've gained all this health, it's going to be really difficult for Nico Abba to attack. The Praxis Arcanum, so effective against all these mid-range strategies. If you manage to set up that same accelerate play onto your Makar Stranger, you manage to kill off an enemy unit, you manage to steal the top card of their deck, that's just a huge swing, and you're potentially just putting the game so far in your favor. In this matchup, not exactly what you want to be doing when you're on the draw there for Tydragon.
All right, getting things going here in game number 2. Tydragon looking pretty solid. They've got a bunch of Silexes that'll come into play depleted, but with a just desserts to interact with an enemy unit and an Archmagister's Portal to get their units nice and beefy, I like the keep.
Yeah, I think this is a totally awesome hand, and Damara here also just an awesome pickup. This is actually, I like this decision here from Tydragon. This is the setup to crack the earth this turn, then get the portal out so you can actually make this Damara huge, and rather than just trading off with one of the fiery units from Nico's side, looking to line up a 5-3 ambush, which can threaten just eating several of the units.
So for Nico Abba, going to get things rolling with a attack from Kazuo. A crack the earth, will play a cultist. Tydragon will go into the market for a 5-cost card. And then Nico Abba is going to have an interesting decision after we see the block of, do you Blazing Salvo to save the Kazuo? You won't be able to stop the block, but you'll be able to keep your Kazuo around.
Yeah, you're not getting the 2 damage through. It's not like a Pyro Knight doesn't have Overwhelm here, but I think if I'm in Nico Abba's seat, I think I like saving the unit. This just gives me a lot of things to do with my power, and this is a hand where Nico already has access to 5 power. Even if you put one away here with that Blazing Salvo, you've got 4 already to play with. You could use that ultimate ability later.
Yeah, and this, by Blazing Salvo here, you get to sort of use your power perfectly. They pick up an Ice Bolt out of the market, and as we get things rolling back to Tydragon, they chose actually not to make an exchange from their market. With only 4 power and a couple of good cheap plays in hand, they didn't want to risk picking up a 5-drop that they just couldn't play this game.
Yeah, and I think that's a heads-up line. You already had your turn 3 planned out. You want to get the namesake card of the deck down, and then you've got a great follow-up turn with Damara and Just Desserts. But this is the trade-off. By making such a play, you're getting hit here. Thankfully for Tydragon, there's no Milos or Thunder of Wings joining the fray as they just take 4 here in combat.
Yeah, always happy when you get to see Fire Aggro not add to their board. All right, so for Tydragon, they pick up a treasure trove, and they're going to kind of tip their hand here in a moment because they didn't use the treasure trove with their power, so Nico Abba's going to know that something's up.
Yeah, I always love these moments where you play a Silex, you draw a treasure trove, and you're like, yep, go ahead, got nothing, and it's like, you've got a treasure trove, you could have played that one. So Nico, alarm bells are going off. There's Scorpion Wasp, there's the Desert Alchemist, there's Damara, there's several different things that Tydragon could have here, and it's now a tricky spot of, how does Nico actually attack into this? Do they just send both of their units? Do they attack with just the Pyro Knight? Do they attack at all?
So we'll see Damara get the bonus from the Archmagister's Portal. That's interesting. So Tydragon blocks the overwhelming Pyro Knight. I can't say I love that decision because now if this gets removed, the overwhelm damage from the Pyro Knight will potentially still get through. But I suppose with a Just Desserts, at least I guess this way you are permanently dealing with the Pyro Knight. But I gotta say that I think that Tydragon would have ended up a little bit better off if they had blocked the Kazuo and then just deserted the Pyro Knight. No damage would have come through in that scenario.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, Andrew. As we see a Pearl Abbey Smuggler here picked up from Tydragon's side. That'll immediately get buffed up as they, of course, only have a single copy of that unit in their deck. They really wanted to hit a 5th power there. Getting down to 6/4 Makar Stranger, it's really difficult for Nico to deal with.
Yeah, Nico Aba's gonna, if they don't draw a sigil next turn for Jack, they're gonna be put into an awkward spot. You hate to give a deck like this portal deck some extra power to work with that Ice Bolt.
We see them
But Thunder
standing pat
Wing,
there again.
yeah, once again, we neglect to, or elect rather, not to go into the market with the Pearl Abbey Smuggler.
It's playing that Trove there, pumping up the Pearl Abbey Smuggler and finding that 5th power finally as Tydragon gets that down. Definitely going to hold back the Smuggler here just to maybe block this Kazo or any charge units that could come out. But Tydragon's already down to 15 here.
So Nico Aba's got a couple of different ways they could play this. We could just see an Ice Bolt to unlock an attack from the Kazuo, but if you do that, you are running hard into a second ambush unit from Tydragon with your Kazuo. Alternatively, we could just see maybe an attack and then eject to finish off whatever ambush unit comes down, or the Pearl Abbey Smuggler. We could just see maybe a Milos come down, just get onto the board. A couple of different ways they can play this.
Yeah, my instinct is to attack with both here, but we're going to see the Ice Bolt fired off. This is risky, though. This is giving Tydragon that 6th power, and Nico knows that Tydragon missed a power drop 2 turns ago, but this does push through the most damage. Tydragon now down to 9.
And if your Tydragon, looks like a fantastic turn to get down Diana Faith's Shield, gain 2 armor, gain 2 health, draw a card,
Wow.
and because of the portal, get +2/+2. Picking up a Just Desserts, delightful.
Beautiful pick up here for Tydragon.
Oh, and that we see a Fire Sigil picked up from Nico Aba, so they can maybe queue up a Jack play here. But if you've never seen Just Desserts on a Jack before, Just Desserts, whenever an enemy of your choice would deal damage this turn, it deals that damage to itself instead. And when you make a Jack that's just discarded a card, deal all of the damage to itself, they don't get the treasure trove, they don't get to kill your unit. It ain't pretty.
Yeah, you don't deal damage to the enemy, so you don't get the trove, as you pointed out, but we're going to actually see the Just Desserts fired off here as Tydragon wants to make sure the board is safe. And they are going to pay a little bit for this decision as this Jack's going to come down, pitch that Sigil, 4 to the Diana, 4 upstairs, back down to 9 again.
And you know what? The Jack was painful there. Taking 4 from it, losing your Diana was rough. But I think if you're Tydragon, perhaps they were trying to guard against the possibility of the rest of the hand just being sears and obliterates, never getting to use the Just Desserts to stop enemy unit damage, and then just losing because of that.
And this is a sweet interaction here, too. You know how many Pyro Knights are in Tydragon's deck? 0.
0 copies.
That portal.
Oh, a Sigil off the top for Nico Aba would have allowed the second Jack to kill both units, but instead they just pick up another Pyro Knight.
Yeah, definitely a trade-off there. Nico could have pitched that Milos last turn. They only needed 2 more damage to finish off that Diana, and now, you know, they are paying for that a little bit. Tydragon does have a little bit less health, but that second Jack in hand could have been powered up, and now, you know, where does Nico go with this attack? If this Pyro Knight gets ultimated, there's not much in the way for Nico to make attacks on the ground anymore. This is going to have to come down to some flyers, like we're going to have to see some Thunder of Wings maybe to pressure, or setting up, you know, maybe multiple charge units in the same turn. As we are going to see the Jack attack.
Yeah, for Nico Aba, this isn't pretty, but it feels like you kind of got to do it. The Makar Stranger threatening an attack that would kill a non-stranger, as we will see a Jack come down just to trade in the treasure trove, deal 2 damage, and it kind of seems like Nico Aba's transitioning to a game where they're just going to try to top deck some direct face damage in time before Tydragon can finish them off.
Yeah, it is on Tydragon here, though, to get this game over with quickly. They don't have a lot of ways to gain health in their deck. This From Beyond's actually going to be really important, though, Andrew.
Yeah, you got to love being able to take the Milos here. The Milos threatening to put a firebomb with a charge attack will make it a little bit easier for Tydragon to attack and not worry about a charge unit like Milos coming back and putting in that firebomb that could threaten to deal so much damage.
Primal Sigil off the top. Not what Nico was looking for here. I think we're likely to see this treasure trove, and Nico's really looking for a Champion of Fury or a Milos off the top.
Oh, they
Here we
got the
go.
Milos. But fortunately for Tydragon, a Scorpion Wasp buffed up by an Archmagister's Portal gets it up to a 3-3. So not only will it be able to kill the Milos like it always does, but because no damage snuck through from Milos, that means no firebombs went in.
Yeah, we'll see Tydragon here. Fire off this trove, just make sure they don't find a Fear Tracker or something that could gain them some health here first, as they'll now curse Nikowaba with that restrained action, actually holding back the Makar Stranger this turn, Andrew.
Yeah, just wanting to ensure that all these charge units like Milos and Champion of Fury can't get through. Tydragon will have a good idea of what they want to do with this restrained action. Is after this first turn, they will be getting a 1-cost unit, and then every turn after that, the cost will go up by 1.
Yeah, so this first turn here, we could see an Entrancer, a Desperate Courier, an Alluring Kirin, as we do see that Pyro Knight come down, does get hit by that Calm, loses 1 point of strength here, and now Tydragon going to go ahead and choose which of these 1-drops that they want to play from their deck here. And note again, because it's just going to be the only copy that they have, it's also going to get buffed up here by the portal.
Going for Alluring Kirin, one of the lovely things about getting Alluring Kirin with its ability to make spells cost 1 more is it can be extremely disruptive to markets in Expedition or Throne that rely on cards like Blazing Salvo or Transpose. And that is what Nico Abba's playing. They're playing a Blazing Salvo market. And that means that all of the spells in Nico Abba's market now cost 3. And so that just means that Blazing Salvo can't even get them.
Yeah, Blazing Salvo can't do it. Maybe you wouldn't have the power to play an Obliterate plus another burn spell, and Tydragon here takes down game number 2, evening the score here between Nico Abba and Tydragon.
Yeah, really close, exciting game there. Thrilled to see what's going to happen in game 3. Tydragon just really having a good sense of what they needed to do throughout that game to be able to stabilize. They were willing to sort of take off that turn 3. They felt comfortable doing it, and they knew that Archmagister's Portal would provide them such an advantage with every unit they played afterwards that they were able to first lock up the board from the Fire Aggro side and then finish them off with that restrained action Makar Stranger combo, just giving them tremendous late game power.
If you're on Nico Abba's side, you're going to be on the play for game number 3. What's your thought process, Andrew? What's the kind of hand you're looking for?
Yeah, I'd love to just have a Fury Blade in my opening draw. The fact that that one just comes down on turn 1, it's very hard to disrupt from Tydragon's side, and it'll just start getting a 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage, as we do see a Fury Blade.
That looks like a pretty nice hand if you're on Nico's side.
Yeah, having multiple 1-drops and then 2 Impatient Pyromages, Nico Abba is not likely to run out of things to do for a while this game.
But for Tydragon either.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Double Portal. You've got the Desert Alchemist on turn 2 to slow things down. And then Rectifier and Corrupted units are phenomenal with Archmagister's Portal, as we will maybe see this game. As a Pyro Knight comes down first.
Ooh, and a nice pickup there from Nico Abba. We saw how difficult it was for Tydragon in that first game to actually block these flyers. The dragons are just rather difficult for their deck to fight against. They have several flyers and Sandstorm Titan there in the 4-drop slot, but there's just not a ton of answers in their deck, and that could be just the amount of reach that Nico needs.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Right now, Tydragon does have a Rectifier in their hand. If they can get the Rectifier to line up with Thunder of Wings, phenomenal. You get to just silence it, knock it out of the air. As we will pass it back. Nico Abba hanging on to those Impatient Pyromages. They used their power a little less efficiently last turn in the hopes of being able to start to getting some extra cards off those Pyromages with its Onslaught ability of draw the top card of your deck, reduce its cost by 1, and discard it at the end of the turn if you don't play it.
See that Fury Blade come through, and now that Impatient Pyromage you're talking about, Andrew, and we see,
ooh,
fortunately for Nico, that's a Mila, so cost reduced to 2, but even if you play this Sigil, that one's going to get discarded here at the end of the turn.
And Tydragon quite happy to just trade with this Pyro Knight. only a few turns away from being able to ultimate pay 5 to give it +4/+4. They won't have to deal with a 6/5 overwhelm from the Pyro Knight this game.
Oh, interesting. And actually getting rid of the Arcanum there with the Plunder, turning that one into a time sigil. I was expecting to see the second portal be transformed here.
Yeah, Tydragon's willing to go deep on that one, I suppose. It's not clear Praxis Arcanum was going to do a ton for them this game. They don't have an expensive relic or unit to cost reduce. We saw in game one, the refresh just wasn't impactful enough. But yeah, we're going to see an Archmagister's Portal here.
All right, so this is the turn for Nico. You just saw Tydragon spend their entire third turn. They played that portal. They're not fighting for the board. You really want to push as much damage as you can here for on Nico's side.
One lovely thing that Fury Blade does with Impatient Pyromage is it allows you the opportunity to make an attack, play the Pyromage with Onslaught, and then still hit a charge unit off the top of your deck, like we saw with Milos. They just didn't have the power to do it, and still make it part of your attack for the turn.
Okay, that is one that they can play here. There's no ability to surge it just yet, but we haven't seen Nico find any power in a little while, so it is very possible we could see 1 or 2 surges coming the next turn with that Flameheart Patroller. Hydreigon here on the other side, they were really looking for either a 1-cost unit or maybe a 4-cost unit to sync up with this Rectifier here. It's going to get buffed up by the portal. And as you pointed out, Andrew, should this end up getting seared, you're going to see a Rectifier Shade come down that'll actually get buffed up to a 2/3. So this does look like a prime candidate maybe for that Permafrost in Nico's hand.
Yeah, definitely one of the big advantages to adding Permafrost to your deck is that when you run into these units with annoying death abilities, entomb abilities, like the corrupted effect of Rectifier, just being able to stun it means you don't have to deal with them to get it out of the way.
Yeah, but if you do Permafrost this Rectifier, that Fury Blade is no longer going at Tydragon's health total. It's going to be held back for quite a while.
Yeah, but what is the Fury Blade? Oh, wow. We are going to see... I suppose... Yeah, this is an interesting maneuver here from Nico Abba. This also means that now the Shade could potentially silence another unit in the future. I wonder why Nico Abba wanted to go for this. Maybe they're worried about an even bigger unit coming down next turn that they really need to Permafrost.
Right, just too worried about something like a Fear Tracker joining the board or a Diana maybe coming down off of a Justice symbol. But no, we're going to see that all-out attack here from Nico Abba, and I think that we're going to see the Fury Blade. Yeah, it's going to trade off for the Shade. So burning both the Fury Blade and Impatient Pyromage and that Seer, all to get that Rectifier and the Shade off the board.
All right, well, here's a Purge Driver, but without the third Justice influence. Not going to be able to play it. Nico Abba picks up undepleted power in that Fire Sigil, so now they don't even need to exhaust the unit to play Thunder of Wings.
Yeah, and an all-out attack here with Threaten to put Tydragon down to 4.
4/1 Dragon with charge. Oh, they're going to value having the flexibility to play Permafrost in case there's an ambush unit that eats the Impatient Pyromage, but Aramat's Brood is going to get its just desserts as Tydragon falls to 9, and we'll have to keep in mind for the next couple of turns, does
Big
that
draw.
1 point of damage add up there that they missed on that Flameheart Patroller, as a Silex means the treasure trove is made. And now we'll just see a Purge Driver come down as a 7/6 thanks to the double Archmagister's Portal.
That was a huge draw there for Tydragon. Getting the Silex gave the third Justice influence such that they could play the Purge Driver, and this is sort of that double unit again with the Corrupted, but the Permafrost going to be disabling that. Now Tydragon down to 6. Back up against the wall here. They really need to draw a unit, Andrew.
Yeah, we're going to see the Maveloft Huntress come down, and if it does, will we see an Imbue?
So we will see that Sigil plunder away, but no Imbue and another Silex.
I love the no Imbue decision. Any unit Tydragon is going to be able to play is going to be able to block a bigger Maveloft Huntress. Let's just go as wide as possible so that we can attack around whatever comes next. And a pesky Seedling.
Nice pickup for Tydragon. Wow.
They're not out of the woods yet, but with a Silex coming next turn, they've got the potential to find another unit with 2 more draws next turn. The pesky Seedling here is a 6/7. I mean, you've just got to kill something, I would think. Oh no. I would be so scared of another permafrost. I would want to just get that killer attack in.
We see that Trove fired off and just a sigil found here for Nico. So no Milos, nothing like a Seer that's going to end the game on the spot. They will get to use the pesky Seedling here to block that Mavelov Hunters, but Tydragon now in the danger zone, down to 3. Facing down lethal. They need to find Fear Tracker, Andrew.
Incredible. Fear Tracker is going to drain Nico Abba for 3, boosting Tydragon back up to 6. The pesky Seedling can kill the Kazuo potentially before it even ultimates. And now Nico Abba is going to be in a spot where they're going to need to start top decking some good spells and units because Tydragon has stabilized this board. They're at 6 health. They're out of the range of a Seer. There is one Obliterate in Nico Abba's deck. They don't find it here. They've still got some more time at 21, but for now, the attacks on the board are shut down.
Yeah, and now the script is going to be flipped here a little bit on Nico. At 21, sure, you're healthy enough to maybe take a hit or 2 from this Fear Tracker. But with how big Tydragon's units are, they can just finish the game in such short order.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. How aggressive will Tydragon be? I mean, if you only have 2 units, a permafrost could completely ruin your plans if the one blocker gets permafrosted. For Nico Abba, they're carefully evaluating right now how worth it is it to double attack just to get in a single point of damage, and they decide it's not. I think I like it. Just save it back. Maybe you have some chump blockers and gives you more time to top deck and obliterate.
Yeah, a huge difference there.
Ooh.
If 1 power away from that one. And yeah, no attack there on Tydragon's side. Now with that restrained action in hand, Tydragon's feeling safe that if they can get 2 turns down the road, and Apraxis Arcanum is going to do that, Andrew. This is a great, great pickup for Tydragon.
Yeah, not only does it gain them 4 health potentially off the refresh, it makes the restrained action cost 1 less so they can play it this turn. Sort of rewarding them for that misstep where they didn't play a seat last turn, but I suppose it all worked out as we see a Seer. So now Nico Abba can get Tydragon maybe back down to 7. They could just kill the site immediately, but I'm not sure how much that helps them. The site right now with Accelerate and Viper's Bite isn't doing anything.
Yeah, you're afraid of the Talir at the end of the agenda, but if the Talir comes out at the end of the agenda, there's also just been several units played here off the restrained action. As we see that 2-cost Amara played, that is because the site also reducing the cost there. Those units in deck cost 1, and yeah, Nico's going to pack it up to that one straight away. So we see Tydragon come back there in game number 3 and take down Nico Abba 2-1.
Yeah, and I think what we were going to see there from Tydragon was use the Damar's pay 5 ultimate, steal a card from the market, take that backlash, and once you take the backlash, I agree with Nico Abba that they did not have a path to victory. It was only a matter of time before Tydragon kept getting units off of restrained action and just put them all into the attack mode and finished off the game. All right, so we're going to hop down to A rank versus Stormblessed in game 2. We've got Stormblessed up a game here as we see Tydragon pick up game 1 or match 1 of the day. And and we will be letting you know what decks they're on in just a moment as we're going to be checking out A rank versus Stormblessed. So in Expedition this weekend, A rank brought Time Justice Shadow mid-range, and Stormblessed, well, holy cow, Corey.
Those are some really, really large Diana face shields.
Wow. And so they're sort of getting both beaten up, I suppose, by the 1/1 Deadly Valkyries. But we see all 4, what looks to be all 4 Dianas have ultimated for A rank.
Okay, this is awesome. So what you're actually seeing here, this attack coming through by Stormblast, this is trying to force the action because they're actually behind right now. And that might sound absurd. You're looking at this and you're like, well, how can anybody really be truly behind? Like, look how nobody can really attack in all these Deadly Valkyries and all these Dianas. The issue is that Singleton Rowan that's hanging out there on A rank side. that has the ability to make all these extra units. So I think that what we're going to see here is Stormblast attack, try to see if they can make anything happen, maybe push through some damage onto A rank, and then we might just see this Shenra Speaks decimated to make sure that they're silencing all of these units. And it seems like A-Rank's run into a scenario like this before, as they managed to make every single block, making sure no tricks happen here.
So believe it or not, this is actually just game one of this match, and I think we can believe it when we see how much nuttiness has already taken place here. So we're going to get to see quite a match here as we do see a decimated Shenra Speak silence and kill all of the units. So those Rollants won't fire off, as now Stormblast is going to be able to still have 12 power left, though, but they choose not to get to the board first. Potentially,
they actually ran out of time there, Andrew.
Oh, I see.
It was a really tough turn. Didn't really know what path forward they wanted to take there. And yeah, now the Mave here from A rank, buffing up all of these units, throwing them back into the deck. I think that we've seen this a number of times here. Is you can look how large the Fear Trackers are in Stormblast's hand, and oh my goodness, that's a 10-9 Desert Alchemist.
All right, so not sure what it's going to take for either player to break through here, as Send an Agent is going to kill that 1/1, or rather 5/5 flying Deadly Valkyrie.
We're just going to see a massive, here's a massively amplified Know Thy Enemy. So we're going to see 6 looks. That's a buffed up Rollant. Here's a Desert Alchemist. Oh, a Desert Marshal. Let's silence your Mave. Holy moly, Andrew, look at this board.
All right,
this
so
is Mave Walker of Aeons plus Know Thy Enemy for you. This is an awesome turn here for Stormblast.
And so now I think we're going to see A rank maybe put into a spot where they just have to Shenra Speaks with Decimate to silence these Rollants.
Wow, and they're not actually going to silence here.
Yeah, so that will mean that both Rollants will proc off the Mave dying. They'll get 2 more Deadly Valkyries. They do cost 3, so another enemy doesn't kill them. But I guess with at least 1 Desert Marshal in hand, maybe you could just silence one, or maybe you just say like I don't necessarily worry about the 1/1 flying Deadly Valks at the moment.
It sounds absurd, but this is a spot where all of the power kind of does matter. You managed to put all these really strong units into your deck, that being able to amplify the Know Thy Enemy 5-6 times while also holding up something like Ascend of the Agent, that is something relevant to A rank. Is the Sphere Tracker, they're kind of chipping away here at A rank. A rank back down to 14, Stormblast out total, well protected, and now that second Fear Tracker puts them down to 11.
Yeah, A rank's got some real issues with how much health they have, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and they don't have a second Shenra Speak, so we're not going to see a Shenra Speaks this turn with Decimate to prevent these shades from coming down.
All right, so we'll see a Know Thy Enemy amplified by my count 8 times. Purge Driver, Diana, Silverblade Reaper, Silverblade Reaper, Silverblade Reaper, Silenced Sphere Tracker, a Silenced Rollant, another Diana.
All right, so your classic 20 power, put 119 strength into play, kill the enemy Rollant, draw a few cards. An absolutely awesome turn here for A rank.
As we will see Stormblast fire off Ascend an Agent to proc the Rollant one last time before it's silenced and killed by the Purge Driver.
Okay, now I would say Stormblast is on the back foot here. I mean, you've got, I guess the second Diana actually isn't lethal. You would need to ultimate it a second time on A rank side, get it up to some amazing amount of strength here, as we're going to see a Know Thy Enemy fired off on Stormblast side. Really wanting to find something like a Desert Marshal, maybe Diana's of their own, but they're not going to find that. And if you look there, Andrew, they don't have any cards left in their deck.
All right. So I think we can see A rank potentially. Oh, they're so close to getting through here. They need to be able to remove 3 Deadly Valkyries, and they could only get 2 out of the way with Ascend an Agent and a Desert Marshal. Yeah, Stormblast is they've got some more units in their deck, or some more cards in their deck. Probably no more good units since that No Thy Enemy didn't quite deliver. Oh no, we find a Mave, so that's Mave will restock the deck again.
Yeah, but we've already run through all the Know Thy enemies, and those ones aren't getting put back in the deck.
True. All right, so once again, Mave's going to put all of the units and weapons from Stormblast deck Void back into their deck with +4/+4. Just a completely nutty game here. Could you imagine if either player just had a copy of Word of Power in their market?
Oh goodness. Yeah, I mean that would just do it here. So we'll see this Pearl Abbey Smuggler come down.
Yeah, the game would just end on the spot. You give all your units Deadly and Overwhelm.
Yeah, I mean 79 strength Diana. I don't think that one's gonna get blocked even with Stormblast 39 points of health here.
Yeah. All right, so then we see a Roland being picked up off the draw from the Mave. So for A rank, they're just going to silence the Mave, as we'll see another Mave be picked up. And I have to imagine that both of these markets are just completely depleted of anything useful at this point. I mean, A rank started off the game with a Combre Vow and a Heat's Distillation, a Purge Driver, a From Below, and a From Anguish. And my guess is that we would have seen them go into the market by now if they still had any of those useful ones left. And for Stormblast, taking a look at their market real quick, we see a pretty similar market. Instead of the Purge Driver, we see a Svetya Lightbringer, but same thing. I'm sure if that Svetya hadn't shown up yet, we would have seen a Damara steal it or something like that at this point.
Yeah, or we would have seen that Smuggler trade in that Sigil last turn and go and find that one. As Stormblast here now getting this Roland down. Gonna try to make some attacks here. These Desert Alchemists, see if they can clear out the board, get more defenses here in the sky.
Yeah, and I like the way that this is going to work out for A rank 13. Stormblast had to trade there with a Purge Driver on that attack. And so while they got 2 more Deadly Valkyries, it does open up the Purge Driver to use its Corrupted ability to silence and kill, once again, a multi-faction unit. And now that Roland is up, sort of permanently dealt with, even if a Mave were to shuffle it back into the deck.
All right, so we're going to see another casually 36-38 Diana join the fray as the Purge Driver's shape picked up here. I mean, there's no longer any active Roland, so we'll probably see that one held on to by A rank.
I don't know. You know, in the testing that we did for Argid Depths, Corey, I don't know that any of us ever ultimated the same Diana multiple times in a game.
I can't say that I did. I mean, Pause for Reflection, for example, couldn't actually return it to hand because she cost 4. And yeah, with Maeve here, these players are just really going off. As this is possibly the second, I don't think we'll get to a third ultimate in this game, as I think A rank's getting close to being able to turn the corner here. They've been 1 or 2 sort of pieces away of killing off some of these Deadly Valkyries away from closing the door.
I love that drawing Purge Driver Shade was just fantastic for A rank there. It allowed them to remove that Diana. And so for A rank, right now they sort of have 2 Dianas that are lethal, and there are 5 Deadly Valkyrie blockers. A rank has a Desert Marshal and Ascendant Agent, so the math doesn't quite add up for them. And they're kind of saving those Desert Marshals and Ascendant Agents. They don't want to use them on the Deadly Valkyries until they feel confident it'll actually get them a victory. I like this play. So we get to now deal with one of the Deadly Valkyries and keep ours alive by just soaking it up with a Desert Marshal.
Yeah, and now you have potentially 5 attackers into these 4 Deadly Valkyrie blockers as the next Silverblade Reaper actually joins the fray here on Stormblast's side. Is this the turn, Andrew? If you're A rank, do you actually fire off Ascendant Agent here on that newly played Silverblade Reaper and start getting in here with some of your flyers? You'd get to break the massive Greatsword, but you would lose all of your Dianas in the process.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky. Not sure how I would want to play it. I haven't been in a spot like this, and who knows if A rank has either. This Time Justice Shadow deck was among the more popular decks in the Expedition field for this event. Around 5 or so copies, and so maybe some players did get some testing with the mirror and saw that these kind of games were possible and have a plan for it, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, this is definitely one of these really novel scenarios that you kind of just have to play on intuition. This is not something that I feel like you run into all that often. That said, I kind of like how both players have been navigating this. It's been, a large fight over the air, figuring out how to defend myself, how to get value out of each of my units here, and A-Rank is constantly applying this pressure, saying, here are my Dianas, you are going to die to these if you don't find a way around it. So we're going to see Sun Agent. Interesting time to fire that one off.
Well, what it does here is it grows the rollant by a unit dying up to a 4/8, and so
Oh, it's 4/7 now.
the massive great sword will no longer be able to kill the rollant. So a very well engineered sequence by A rank 13 here. They've a couple of times now they've been able to get sort of multi for ones, and now the trump card back, the display vision both kills the newly played Deadly Valkyrie and finishes off the rollant.
All right, and that's 3 flyers on defense here. Just need one answer from A rank.
Yeah, they're so close. And they're going to go for it here. By playing this Maeve before their Dianas have died, they're definitely taking a bit of a risk. But if they can just find something like a Desert Marshal off of this card draw that we're going to see here from the Valkyrie. All right, they hit the 4th Diana. They're not going to go for it. They're just going to keep playing out units, though, and sacking them. We see a Silence Diana as the pickup here.
Did you notice that, Andrew? A-Rank actually purposely killed off their Maeve, trying to protect it from getting silenced or purge drivered or anything like that.
I see. So to keep the loops going. All right, this massive greatsword might be it for this game. I think we're going to see A-Rank if they just send in all of the Dianas. There's only 2 Deadly Valkyries. One of them is going to hit for 70-something damage. Oh, rethinking it. Nope, we see the attack go through. And wow. And what must have been maybe the craziest game of the World Championships so far. A-Rank 13 goes up a game in this match, as we will be getting to see the rest of this match here as we head back to the throne room for just a moment. And Corey, all of the other matches in the round have actually concluded. So this is the one outstanding match, as they're going to be heading into game 2 here, and we'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, just both players doing a tremendous job of continuing to deploy resources, refueling up, and never letting the opponent get an easy win.
Yeah, if you're the players, you got to be gassed after that round, right? Like, that took so much mental energy to try to figure out how to navigate through such a crazy situation like that. And that was their first game of the day, Andrew. You have 5 rounds to play today. You could be fighting in 4 hours from now, trying to fight for your spot in that top 8. And that was just their first game, and I would be exhausted. What an adventure.
All right, yeah, so both of these players on the Time Justice Shadow mid-range deck, and yeah, we'll have to see which one comes out on top. Looking over just their deck list, and they're pretty similar overall. For Stormblessed, we see a lot of the same cards: 4 copies of Diana, Roll It, Know Thy Enemy, From Beyond, which transmutes into Maeve, 4 main deck Shenra Speak, and then for A rank 13, pretty similar stuff. 4 copies of all the cards I just mentioned. So this is going to be a pretty skill testing one, as it's going to come down to who can sort of use their cards in the best way.
Yeah, I'm actually interested. Do you know by chance if these 2 players work together for this tournament?
I don't, but looking at their lists, it really looks like the Purge Driver is just about the only starting deck difference. The power bases are off by a few cards, but these lists are super close. They're both pretty clean lists. A lot of 4-ofs for Desert Alchemist, for Desert Marshal, both playing, I believe, just a singleton copy of Damara. So pretty similar.
All right, Andrew,
overall.
here we go. Game number 2.
All right, and yeah, both players look to be off and running I guess Stormblessed maybe wanted something with a little bit more power, and they're going to have that now with Petition and Display of Visions to get them off and running.
Yeah, I definitely like this hand on Stormblessed side, and if you're on A rank side, totally awesome hand also. You have that Display of Vision, you can find any power you want. You know, you don't actually have any threats of your own ready to go, but you got that Shenra Speaks to clean up any sort of early aggression here from Stormblessed.
All right, so Stormblessed passes with that Display of Vision up. Anticipate we'll see that in a moment here. Playing a power card of their choice from their deck, and right now they can't get a Silex and play it, so I think we might see like a depleted seat that'll fuel them up for any future Silexes to be online.
Yeah, and as a result here, we'll see that Xenon Silex played, Treasure Trove fired off, and we'll likely see this second Display of Vision here this turn as A-Rank's got a Display of Vision of their own, and I assume that we'll see a power here that's going to enable the Diana the next turn as that Seat of Progress is fired off.
Yeah, and A-Rank picks up a second Diana to boot. Well, we're just going to see another Silex be played. They find a Know Thy Enemy, 4 cost, kill each unit with cost 2 or less, and you can amplify 2. Look at the top 10 cards of your deck, put a unit that costs 5 or less into play, and since it's amplified, you could just do that multiple times. As we saw in game number 1, we saw even it amplified 8 times. Not that you really have, they probably had 80 cards left in their deck.
Yeah, you get to go through maybe 40 of them with that 8 amplify and try to dig all the best units you can as we're finally seeing one of these Dianas here fired off by A-Rank, and actually not going to fire off their Trove here, is looking to get that Desert Alchemist to block the Sphere Tracker. Stormblessed reading that situation really well here. We're going to play out this Roland.
Yeah, so now even if we see something like Ascendant Agent or Desert Alchemist blocking the Fear Tracker, well then Stormblessed will be rewarded with a 1/1 Deadly Valkyrie, and this makes things a little more complicated for A-Rank, but they are going to be willing to just make off the trade here, probably anticipating that at some point they'll just need to clean up all of these 1/1 Deadly Valkyries with that Shenra Speaks.
Yeah, and adding a little bit extra here to the board, we'll get that Diana down, and another Roland picked up here. Is this the spot, if you're A-Rank, that you're looking to fire off this Shenra Speaks?
It's interesting. It's a pretty good sort of like 4-for-1 of sorts for you, and you'd love for them to add to it, but you can't anticipate that being the case. I think I like waiting a moment here because you might be able to make some further trades happen first.
Yeah, it's also a risky spot should your opponent actually have one of those copies of Massive Greatsword. A-Rank wouldn't really have a good way to fight back onto their board. Each of their units that they'd play turn after turn would just be able to be picked off by such a sword. But now you're facing down this powered up Roland, and you've got these Silverblade Reapers that are going to start pushing through some damage here.
Yeah, Stormblast. Okay, so the attack's going to come in, and it's tricky for if you're A-Rank 13. You might, if you decimate the Shenra Speaks to silence and kill the Rolands, you're also silencing your Dianas potentially in the late game, as we'll see a Purge Driver come down, silence and kill a Roland. And a Pearl Abbey Smuggler. Oh, gonna get rid of the Shenra Speaks. So A-Rank 13 just wants to play this game sort of on the board. They are not going to try to reset.
Yeah,
the nice thing though is that with
me. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, since they have more Pearl Abbey Smugglers in their deck, they might be able to go back and get that Shenra Speaks later, but they're not going to have immediate access to it.
Yeah, that's a heads up line also, knowing that the game is not going to end here in 2 or 3 turns. You're going to have the time, and you've got all these copies of Know Thy Enemy. You can amplify it enough times to maybe find one of those smugglers. But this really screams to me on A-Rank side is, you know, they've got Diana advantage right now, right? They've got more Dianas than Stormblessed does. They're looking to just set up towards this ultimate play to buffing her up and maybe trying to get, you know, 2 attacks through maybe with those Dianas and just end the game in short order. But we do see that third Roland now on Stormblessed side.
So it's starting to get really attractive to just Shenra Speaks and silence this board, but A-Rank 13 gave it up. They will be able to potentially amplify a giant Know Thy Enemy in the future. And wow, picking up Sending Agent for Stormblast, that's going to mean that they can kill that Purge Driver Shade potentially.
And it's also going to mean that making an attack like this, you'll see this Desert Alchemist come down and block, but we could see Stormblast fired off the Sending Agent on the Desert Alchemist if they want to, pick up 2 more Deadly Valks right here, or still, like you said, Andrew, fire up the Sending Agent at the Shade, buff up these 2 Rollants, and then even with the trade of the Desert Alchemist, you're going to get 2 more Silverblade Reapers, so when you see 4 more join the fray.
Yeah, and for A rank 13, it looks like we're going to see our first Know Thy Enemy here. Amplified 3 times, so they're 3 times going to look at the top 10 cards of their deck, put a unit that costs 5 or less in, hit a couple of Desert Marshals, and a Rollant.
That was a pretty sweet set of units there, as we're going to see that the Diana and the Rollant get silenced. But no attacks. A-Rank willing to take some damage here still from these flyers. Not too worried just yet, even though that's 7 1/1 deadly flyers, and A-Rank's only at 15. Okay, a real shift of gears here from A-Rank. Trading out both these Dianas now for these Silverblade Reapers. Due to having that rolling out, it's going to double buff that one up, and they're going to build up their own little flying air force here.
Yeah, Stormblast is smelling blood. I mean, Fear Tracker coming down, drains for 3. You've still got a bunch more flyers than A rank. Will we just see it? We'll see another giant amplified. Know Thy Enemy. It's going to kill A rank's Desert Marshals, but they're okay with that. They'll hit a Damara, a Diana, and a Pearl Abbey Smuggler. So maybe now we go back into the market, pull out that Fear Tracker we had earlier. Oh, we drew us Shenra Speaks off of the Diana, so maybe we don't need it.
Yeah, at this point, maybe you just pull that From Anguish out of the market.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you got to keep in mind is that with a Damara in Stormblast deck as well, any valuable market cards you leave in A rank leaves in their market could just get stolen by a Damara, as we do see one picked up.
Prophet Andrew calling the one of Damara, delivering it for Stormblast here.
So yeah, they were able to take out the From Anguish, but now Stormblast can be up a Shenra Speaks if they want to just play that Damara right now and immediately ultimate it to pay 5 and steal a card of your choice from the enemy market.
Yeah, and that second Know Thy Enemy here, I think is going to pump the brakes on Stormblast's just sheer aggression. I don't think we'll see a Fear Tracker and all the Silverblade Reapers here make an attack. What is this attack signaling, Andrew?
I think we might be seeing a Shenra Speaks, I could imagine. If we're just trying to... It seems like all that attack did was allowed us to use our Fear Tracker and Drain for once more. And yeah, we will see a silenced Shenra Speaks, so no Valkyries coming off of that. But now A-Rank gets to start the turn on an empty board, and if they just amplify up another giant Know Thy Enemy, we could see them get far ahead on it. We see a Diana, a Fear Tracker, and a Rollant. And A-Rank is at 12 power, so if they were to ultimate the Diana right now, Corey, that would be plus 20, plus 20. Not actually enough to kill Stormblast, but enough to put a huge hit on their health total.
Yeah, and Stormblast here, not a lot going on. They're going to fire off this first Trove, play another Silex, fire off the second Trove. Okay, a Maeve is something. The issue is that would take up the rest of your power. So Stormblast fire off the Alchemist, plunder away that Sigil, but nothing going there for them as A-Rank here is just pushed ahead with all these copies of Know Thy Enemy. Ultimate up that Diana, plus 22, plus 22.
And this is where it's going to really backfire for A-Rank that they did not pull that Shenra Speaks out of the market earlier, and they left one there as... Well, I guess if you're Stormblast, you can't know that the Shenra Speaks is in the market, can you?
No, you don't. And you did just find that Pearl Abbey Smuggler, so you could play your own Smuggler here, get the From Anguish out of your market, and look to take out the Diana. And I think that's what we're seeing here. So here comes the Pearl Abbey Smuggler after the Maeve. You draw an extra card, you'll cash in this seat, get your From Anguish.
Wow,
Yeah, Eric
so
dodging a little bit of a bullet there, but there was no way for Stormblessed to know that was what was going on.
yep, we are playing these games on a delay to avoid stream sniping or anything of that sort, so helps out A rank in that regard. And Fear Tracker number 1 will come down, get Stormblast down to 10. Fear Tracker number 2 will come down, get Stormblast down to 7. The Shade will corrupt, go down to 4. But a massive greatsword, 7/7, will be proc the Maeve, picks up a Fear Tracker, kills the Roland. And for Stormblessed, they've gotten a temporary reprieve here as they've managed to stabilize of sorts at 8 health, or rather 4 health and 4 armor.
Yeah, and they've actually got themselves set up on the board here, but that extra Know Thy Enemy. Huh, if you're A rank, do you actually want to fire this off before attacking here? It would kill that Damara. Yeah, and they're going to fire it off. Let's see what they hit here.
Okay, Roland's pretty great. So they didn't hit very well. Oh no, they're still going. We got multiple Rolands.
We got choices, Andrew. Many good units to choose from. Now this all-out attack. This is actually going to cause Maeve to have to get in the way of one of these Fear Trackers. So many deadly Valkyries. Stormblessed is going to need a huge draw here, and Shenra speaks.
All right, well, Diana will give him a redraw at it.
Display of Vision. Does that do enough if you shrink the enemy team?
I mean, you could send the Massive Greatsword at the Fear Tracker Shade. But is it enough? I don't know that it is. They're at 11. It'll kill.
So you'll be able to kill everything but the Fear Tracker and the 2 Rolands. And then those only have 10 strength. Yeah, this is actually enough to get A rank another turn right now, Andrew.
Wow.
Oh, and a huge pickup for A rank there.
And yeah, Stormblessed can use the Display of Vision to kill the Massive Greatsword.
Well, you can't actually. The Massive Greatsword too strong to be taken out by just a mere destruction effect.
Massive Greatsword cannot be killed except by damage. We'll see Stormblessed attack, and I think we're going to see A rank squeeze just across the finish line. A 12-point attack will kill 6 health and 5 armor as A rank 13 picks up an incredible mirror match between Stormblessed and A rank to go to 2-0 here and win game 1.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable match, and I'm glad that, we may have joined game 1 in progress, but I feel like we really got the full experience of those games. Managing to see that game 1 was truly something. That was really special.
All right, that's going to do it there for round number 1 here at stage 2. And we are going to take a couple-minute break and be back with round 2 of the day of our 5 rounds. We'll be back in just a moment. to the 2020 Eternal World Championship. We are rocking and rolling here in stage 2 with our 16 players. They are playing 5 rounds today. If a player gets to 3 wins, they advance to the top 8 tomorrow. And if they pick up their third loss, they are done. So let's take a look at where our standings and bracket are, so to speak, in stage 2. After a 1 round of competition, we are still in Expedition. We're going to be playing some Expedition and some Throne today. So as we can see at the top, underneath that round 2, Collector and Gage, Tydragon versus A rank, Virgin Mary versus Lights Out Ace, and Chuan versus Kolakoma. Those are all of our 1-0 players, so they're just 2 more wins away. And then down at the bottom, Boxer and Adrius, Stormblessed and Notarg, Nikoaba versus Cassendrath, Meal 29 and Always Face. Well, they still got a little bit of work to do if they want to make it to the top 8 tomorrow. They'll need to win 3 out of the next 4 rounds. For our first match of round number 2, we're going to be looking at the Skycrag Sling deck from Lights Out Ace. We've gotten to see this deck a couple of times in action over the course of the week, and it's provided some sweet games. Sling of the Chi giving you a dramatic payoff of dealing 6 damage whenever you play a unit with 6 strength or more, and with something like Gemini on the Double Helix, you get to do that. And then if you end a turn with a unit with 6 health or more, you get to draw a card. Corey, I love the way that these decks just smash hard.
Yeah, it's one of those that, sure, when you draw Sling of the Chi, your deck looks fantastic. You get to play something like a Siege Breaker, throw 6 damage with overall meta unit, maybe push through some extra damage at your opponent. But even when you don't draw Sling of the Chi, like, just look how strong all of your units are. You have Siege Breaker, you have Siege Train. These are 6 strength overall units for just 4 power. It really can just overpower many of the units that your opponents can be putting up in front of you. You have something like Torgob, which starts out as a 4/5 and quickly becomes a 7/8 and sort of these mid-range mirrors. And then you've got this giant 7/10 in Geminon that, that's just as big as it gets, triggering both halves of that Sling of the Chi. And while we haven't seen it yet, I'm still really, really intrigued if somebody can pull off the mastery here in our World Championships.
That would be a sight to see. I think we might have seen 100 damage dealt in 1 turn during our last match where we had those double ultimated Dianas just crashing in. They're going to be going up against Virgin Mary. They're playing a take on Mono Shadow. They actually have a splash in their power base for both time and justice. And so the heart of the deck is lots of great shadow units: Akantha Ascending, Marionette Cross, Aramat, Incarnus, Carvet Redeemed, Akaria First Reaper. So all those great mono shadow units we've come to love and expect, but they're splashing in a little Send to Agent. And then in the market, they've even got Display of Vision. So that way they will have an access to an attachment removal effect that they can pick up with their Shadow Etchings or their Wasteland Burkers. And that'll be pretty critical, as this Shadow deck's got lots of great units, but really they all largely die to the effect of Sling of the Chi. So being able to deny the Sling in some way will be critical for Virgin Mary in this match.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see if they can maybe keep pace with the large units that Lights Out Ace actually has. You have something like Marinette's Cross, you have these Aramat's Mind Splinters that, if Lights Out Ace doesn't find a Sling of the Chi, I think that we can actually see, you know, the Virgin Mary just kind of overpower what Lights Out Ace is doing, keeping pace with them in the middle of the game, and then taking over with something like Akaria, with something like Incarnus just pushing through unblocked. But, should one of those Sling of the Cheese hit play, this isn't your normal mono shadow deck. There isn't just kind of a lack of answers there. Virgin Mary has come prepared. They've really teched out their deck sort of with this Skycrag Sling deck in mind, as we see that, like you called out, Andrew, that Display of Vision. And then we see this Pale Rider's Timepiece, which I think is another really important addition to the deck. These games can go quite long, and having that lifesteal ability, really, really important in terms of giving them the extra time to kind of overpower potentially what Lights Out Ace is able to do.
Yeah, if you can use that +4/+4 flying lifesteal deadly killer weapon and upgrade one of your units out of that 6 damage range, well, then you might just be able to ride it to victory. And sometimes the Sling of the Chi games go long, Corey, but my experience has been that when Siege Breaker and Siege Train show up, they either attack and they kill, or they get killed, because they're really good attackers, but if you need to rely on them for blocking, that's going to be a little bit rougher. One thing I
Yeah.
really like about Virgin Mary's deck is that they've got a nice little suite of relics between a single Makar's Quiver, and some Marionettes cross. So if they do kill a Siegebreaker, they do well have some relics that they can draw.
Yeah, and I think the quiver here could be really important for the Virgin Mary. You might see several of these L's come here from Akantha Ascending, and just being able to turn them into formidable threats. Like you were talking about, the Siegebreaker and the Siege Train, really good on offense. If you ever get Lights Out Ace on the defense and maybe get to give +6 strength to one of these little elves, that's kind of the dream scenario for the Virgin Mary. Get the get the Fire Primal deck blocking. It's not one of those decks that wants to be trading off its units. It wants them to sit in place so they can draw cards from Sling of the Chi. That these high strength overwhelm units, they want to be attacking.
All right, so we're getting the game started in the round. As soon as Slights Out Ace and Virgin Mary have joined the game, we'll be joining their match, and as always, we'll be picking it up. And if this match finishes and any are still in progress, we'll join it as we can. Looking at the market for Lights Out Ace, they've got Rain of Frogs here and Turn to Seed, and I particularly like those in this matchup just because there are some shadow cards like Akaria First Reaper that it's really nice if you can deal with them in a way where Rain of Frogs doesn't even allow it to hit play, and then Turn to Seed is sort of an answer to it that doesn't mean that the Akaria Entomb fires off and making you discard all of the spells from your hand.
Yeah, you really just want to eliminate that terror scenario of the Akaria coming down, killing the Siegebreaker, getting the enemy a relic, and then you still have this giant flying deadly unit that you have to deal with. I think that's going to be a key interaction here, Andrew. I think that if we can see that transpose, pull one of those cards out of the market, maybe lock out this option from the Virgin Mary, I think that's where they want to be. Additionally, we're looking at the other side here, a Wasteland Broker market. Additionally, with Shadow Etchings on the Virgin Mary side, the Malediction I don't think we're going to really see come into play here unless we can see it combined with something like a Blight Moth. But one of the outside of the Pale Rider's timepiece, I'm really interested to see, Severin. It's a large enough unit to survive Sling of the Chi. Is that something that maybe the Virgin Mary can look to as a way to maybe make some pressure happen on their side while also holding the fort? Is that something they can play defense with and be the aggressor with?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. So for the rounds today, we are going to be watching Expedition for the first couple, and then we will be switching over to Throne as we get on later on in the day. I really like when you play against Mono Shadow, having some Permafrost when I'm playing Primal very frequently. All right, sounds like we got the games up, so let's see how those Permafrost do. All right, welcome in. At the top of your screen, we've got Lights Out Ace on Skycrag Sling, and why don't you know there's a Sling of the Chi in their hand. Meanwhile, Virgin Mary is playing a Mono Shadow deck that is splashing Send an Agent, but has access to some off-faction cards in the market, so that's why we see that Argenport, Silex, and the time symbol there.
Yeah, so a solid start here for Lights Out Ace. We'll see that Granamender just run out just to get onto the board a little bit early, but perfect follow-up, Andrew. Exactly what you're looking for, the Sling of the Chi deck. You've got Sling of the Chi here, and Transpose, and also a nice pickup is that's going to potentially block that Display of Vision in the market later on from the Virgin Mary.
We see Sling of the Chi come on down. For Virgin Mary, though, they can maybe play it a little bit slow, not deploy any units, and just not allow the Sling to kill anything until they're set up to deal with it.
But the counterpoint here to Lights Out Ace's draws, they didn't have that fourth power yet, and they're actually not going to be able to deploy anything this turn, Andrew.
That is a big deal. So Virgin Mary at this point could go for something like a Wasteland Broker. This is a 4/4 that has summon. Choose a card in your market and put it and 3 additional copies of it into the top 20 cards of your deck. And you could rely on that with Display of Vision as a way to ensure that you get a multiple of them throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, that does look pretty appealing here. You don't have the Justice Influence yet, but hanging out there on the left-hand side of their hand, they do have that Argenport Silex, so yeah, and they're going to keep that little mystery to themselves as the Virgin Mary here. Going to put 4 copies of a card from their market into their deck. And yeah, Andrew, I think that it's likely going to go ahead and be that Display of Vision. But we could also see something like the Pale Rider's Timepiece put in there.
Yeah, I guess I just wouldn't be confident if I'm Virgin Mary that I'll get to start a turn with a unit in play when I draw that Pale Rider's Timepiece. For Lights Out Ace, they could go for a line here like Dazzle to stun the Wasteland Broker and use that Plunder to ensure that they get the 4th power to be able to play a Siege Breaker.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to see that heads-up play here. Ooh, no, we're going to see them go to the Torgov instead, looking for a better hit with that Siege Breaker, not having multiple strong units left in their hand just yet. Lights Out Ace is looking to maybe find a better spot here for what that Siege Breaker might be able to kill.
Yeah, it does seem like Lights Out Ace is just struggling to use their Sling the Chi to the fullest effect, and not finding, they just don't have many units in their starting deck that have 6 or more health, and so this is a spot where you just love if you were able to pick up some extra cards off your sling, but it's just going to be hard for them to do that here.
So we'll see the Grenamender get in one more time. This is going to drop the Virgin Mary now down to 17. Choosing not to fire off that transpose just yet. Going to hold on to that ability to grant Aegis, maybe try to surprise a Virgin Mary with it. And is this a spot, Andrew, that, your opponent's slow to come out of the gates, so you just fire off? They're just going to fire off the Aramot here. Will they use the Shadow Etchings?
All right, so Shadow Etchings exhausting the Aramot, the Mind Splinter. And I could anticipate going for that Pale Rider's Timepiece, maybe a Severin of the Dark. One of the nice things about Severin is that with 7 health, it will survive hits from Sling of the Chi.
Yeah, both of those are really appealing options right now. What I like about the Pale Rider's Timepiece is with 2 units in play, it is going to be difficult for Lights Out Ace to lock out both of these units. It is likely that you would get back to your turn and have the ability to suit one of them up with that powerful weapon. We will see that one pulled out of the market here.
All right, so Lights Out Ace is going to have to contend with this Pale Rider's Timepiece. We might see a transpose right now from their market and pick up something like a Rain of Frogs, but nope. They're just going to be content, looks like, to play one of these 2 siege cards to kill Aramot.
Yeah, we'll see the siege train come down here. And we're actually going to blast the Wasteland Broker here, Andrew.
That actually works out pretty phenomenally for Virgin Mary, because Aramot transforms and turns himself into Aramot's Clutches, a cursed relic for the enemy turn. It's not great to put a Pale Rider's Timepiece on that one.
Yeah, it's not like that one can get in several times, but a follow-up here for the Virgin Mary. The Icaria will come down, blast the siege train.
Ooh, second Sling of the Chi. I mean, if you're Lights Out Ace, this is your last sort of chance to... Oh, interesting. We didn't see the Aramot attack. We could have had it transformed into Aramot's Clutches, but we didn't. And Lights Out Ace is not going to take advantage. They're just going to pass it back here. I think they're pretty concerned with playing the Siege Breaker into all of the shadow removal from Virgin Mary and giving them another relic. But it's just meaning that Lights Out Ace is getting beaten up right now, Corey. Oh, there's the Grenarender on board. So Grenarender is a 2-cost 2/2 with pay 1, sacrifice, kill, and attachment. And so Lights Out Ace can just sort of at any time, if Aramot's Clutches is in play, just use that. And Virgin Mary's going to deny that by using Ascendant Agent on the Grenarender.
Yeah, I was interested to see if maybe Virgin Mary, seeing Lights Out Ace had missed so many power drops, maybe I can, force my opponent to have to spend power this turn in the Grenamender just to kill the Aramot through the Clutches. But Virgin Mary finding out, you haven't really played that many units just yet. I feel safe enough that I can burn this Ascendant Agent on the Grenamender, given that I'm holding on to this Devouring Shadows, and they're going to follow up here with Incarnus. And what will we see them invoke here, Andrew?
4-cost 3/2 unblockable, summon Invoke Shadow, and with Mastery 9 +3/+3 and Invoke Shadow again. Incarnus, powerhouse in Expedition since its printing last year, and we see it pick up a Hired Gun, a 3-cost 2/4, and if you get double Justice, you can get Endurance. If you get double Fire, you get double damage. And yeah, Virgin Mary has outs to be able to turn that into a 2/4 Endurance. So we see Turn to Seed now grabbed by Lights Out Ace. And a Siege Breaker.
Siege Breaker.
Yeah, this is a good spot for them.
Yeah, and I think with that second transpose, Andrew, I think that the Virgin Mary, they actually just killed themselves there by putting out that 2 health unit.
Wow. Lights Out Ace just absolutely stole the game with some face damage from Transpose and some overwhelm damage from Sling of the Chi. It really seemed like Virgin Mary was ahead for most of that game just because of the fact that they were able to continue to develop to the board. Lights Out Ace didn't really want to play Siege Breaker, and Lights Out Ace just managed to absolutely snatch one there.
Yeah, that's a pretty heartbreaking one to lose if you're the Virgin Mary there. If you just don't play the Incarnus, sure, you can lose your Icaria and you'll take 7 damage should that Siege Breaker drop, but you're not taking the 10 that happens with the Incarnus because both the Sling of the Cheese choose to shoot the 6 damage from the Siege Breaker being played at that Incarnus. That second 6 damage just purely overwhelms, goes straight to the face, and that put Virgin Mary into lethal range from that double transpose, and Lights Out Ace is just using every card at their disposal, managed to get across the finish line there in game number 1.
All right, getting going here in game number 2. Lights Out Ace managed to redraw into a Sling of the Chi hand, and for Virgin Mary, they've redrawn once. They've got a bunch of depleted power, but with a petition, they're going to keep it in the hopes that they can get things smoothed out for the middle turns of the game.
Yeah, the idea here being if you can use this petition, maybe get a shadow symbol, you can really kind of start getting going with all these Acantha and sendings. Slow to come out of the gates, but still a pretty powerful hand should they manage to find a couple extra power to keep going. Lights Out Ace's side, you got this petition, you've got all the power you could sort of desire, and you got that Sling of the Chi and the Siege Breaker. Issue on their side, you don't really have any way to draw extra cards yet outside of these Silexes, so you're going to have to spend a couple turns maybe using some tropes to find additional threats, really looking to just find something like, a Siege Train, or if they're lucky enough, you can find a Geminon for the 5th turn would be just absolutely perfect for Lights Out Ace here.
All right, so Virgin Mary plays down the Acantha Ascending, anticipating maybe with a petition next turn, they'll be able to get a 4th Shadow Influence and get that first ability unlocked on Acantha Ascending of when she attacks, play a 2/1 elf. Wow, and Lights Out Ace showing a ton of respect there for Acantha, just playing out a Permafrost on it rather than getting down Sling of the Chi.
Yeah, and I think that's a big reason to do here with picking up this transpose. Lights Out Ace has shown real sort of respect for their Sling of the Chi. They're really, really protective of that key relic. And this is kind of just saying like, hey, Acantha, really big threat. I can't let that go running around. And I really just need to make sure that with only this one threat in hand, I need to make sure this Sling sticks around.
Yeah, and from Lights Out Ace's side, my guess is they were anticipating a turn of play a Shadow Influence, turn on Shadow Etchings, exhaust Acantha, go into the market, get Display of Vision, kill the Sling, and Lights Out Ace was able to avoid that scenario there.
So yeah, we'll see the Cobalt Waystone here this turn, and now that Sling of the Chi will hit play. Protected from that potential market option. Now we can see those extra elves join the fray, but we're going to start the turn off here with a Devour. Virgin Mary does manage to find a pair of power there, as they'll be able to curve out the rest of their hand. Fortunate for them finding this Justice symbol. If it were a Shadow symbol, potentially buff up
the power base of Virgin Mary is pretty wild. They've got 4 petitions and 4 of each of the Shadow Silexes and Argenport and Xenon Silex. And so just in case they want to turn those on, they've got 1 Justice symbol and 1 time symbol to find with petition, and we see them just naturally drawing it there.
All right, so the Siege Breaker here going to fire off some damage at the Acantha. 5 will overwhelm through the Virgin Mary, but Ascend the Agent is going to allow Virgin Mary to find a Marionette Cross out of their deck here.
Well, Marionette Cross has the ability of Entomb sacrifice each Marionette Cross, and likewise, when the Marionette Cross dies, it has Entomb sacrifice each Marionette. So really nice as a 3-cost 5/5, but it's a very big dangerous move to get multiples of them into play at the same time as they risk them all dying in one swoop.
Yeah, and as a result here, we'll see the Virgin Mary pump the brakes on that path. Maybe trying to find a spot where they can play Incarnus and a Marionette Cross in the same turn. So they don't have to deploy 2 Marionette Cross, not risk that one. We see that transpose fired off, and Turn to Seed is the pickup there for Lights Out Ace.
Yeah, so they're just gonna probably transform this Carvet into a little seed and play a bit of a slower game. They could have gone for something like a Tota Colony to start drawing cards with the sling, but instead they're just content to try to answer everything one for one, and then maybe use these Wisdom of Elders to find the biggins. And there's one of them in Siege Train.
A great pickup there from the Virgin Mary. They managed to find an Ikaria First Reaper there, and this now gives them the option of potentially killing any big threat that Lights Out Ace produces. Siege Train, the power of the sling is going to come down and pop that Marionette.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Virgin Mary is gonna probably get to keep poking in with this 2-1, and someday maybe the little seed will grow up into a 5-7 Mandrake.
Oh, an interesting choice here from the Virgin Mary, wanting to play a little bit of protection here with the Ikaria, but running the risk here of running into this Dazzle from Lights Out Ace, getting to negate that Sending Agent. We're going to see
Yeah,
them
so
have
now
to
do
fire
you
up a
just have
Devouring
to?
Shadow too?
Yeah, looks like it. So no attacks made with the Siege Train, so nothing coming off of its bounty as a Grenna Render is the draw for Lights Out Ace. Is this the turn we go for the Tota Colony in the market, Corey?
I mean, that actually does look like what we're seeing here. My instinct was to fire off the Wisdom of Elders, but yeah, we're gonna see the Grenavender sent packing, and the Tota Colony comes down, draws a card, and Geminon's a huge hit there for Lights Out Ace.
Yeah, that's going to be big, big, big. 7-10. So we see Ikaria kill the Tota Colony, and now a Permafrost. So we could even just Permafrost the Ikaria and maybe send all of the damage at the Dark Elf. Nope, we're going to go at the Ikaria. Its Entomb is going to be blocked by the Aegis. A second sling is picked up. Sending Agent does not kill Geminon, as Sending Agent only kills units of one faction or fewer.
So Virgin Mary gonna have to change plans here and maybe try to invoke something to help out answering this Geminon. They really need to get this off the board on Lights Out Ace's side. With that Sing of the Chi, they're drawing an extra card off of this each turn, and as we can see, Andrew, there's a second one in hand also. All right, an eye for an eye is actually not a bad pickup here.
Yeah, if that Geminon actually makes an attack, or we can get it exhausted, we'll even be able to draw our Ikaria First Reaper with it. Eye for an eye is kill an exhausted enemy unit and draw one of a higher cost from your void. It'll be interesting to see how risky Lights Out Ace wants to play it with an attack here.
So we'll see that Seer here fired off on the Incarnus. Mastery up to 9. I assume the Virgin Mary, we're going to get this Dark Elf in the way to block. I think the Little Seed's just a couple turns away from ultimating here. And that's going to cause Lights Out Ace to actually have to permafrost this Little Seed that they gave the Virgin Mary just a few turns ago.
Yep, it grew up to a 5-7. Eye for an eye, kill that exhausted Geminon, draw the Ikaria from the void. We'll see a treasure trove from the Silex cashed in. And Virgin Mary has managed to remove all of the large unit from Lights Out Ace. Lights Out Ace is gonna go from Wisdom of the Elders, looking for a Siegebreaker, Siege Train, Torgov, or Geminon, coming up empty.
Yeah, I'm wondering from Lights Out Ace, is this a turn you just keep firing off another Wisdom of the Elders here? Do you deploy that second Sling of the Chi? They're going to go towards the Relic, but they don't actually have a way to protect it this time, Andrew.
Yep, there is no transpose at the ready, no Cobalt Waystone. It's not Virgin Mary. This is going to be a huge couple of turns. There is nothing to proc the Sling of the Cheese. They don't know it, but at this point, they don't really have any way of dealing with the Sling. So to me, it feels like you just got to throw down these impending dooms, cross your fingers, and hope that it all goes well.
Yeah, you kind of have to get the ball rolling here. We can't sit around forever. If you give Lights Out Ace the time to find some of these big units, they're just going to overpower you. You need to close the game quickly. And, adding 2 5/5s to the board, that is definitely a start here. As Lights Out Ace going to start off with that Wisdom of the Elders, and they do find a Siegebreaker, Andrew.
Huge pickup. It won't draw them cards, but it will allow them to kill both of Virgin Mary's units.
So one blast going to the impending doom. They're actually going to fire both at the impending doom here. So what this plan is from the Virgin... Oh, no, okay, no.
No, they shot each for one.
Got tricked there by the overwhelming damage off the VFX.
Yeah, so we'll see send an agent, kill the Siege Breaker. There's no more Wisdom of Elders and Lights Out Aces draws. We see another Marionette Cross get picked up. And at this point, do you just throw down the Blight Moth? It's not like I think you can realistically survive another 6-strength unit coming off the top for Lights Out Ace.
Yeah,
Cobalt
another
Wastelands.
overwhelming unit would kill you on the Marionette anyways, so getting the Blight Moth down, there's no risk here from Virgin Mary. You're kind of just hoping you can get the game over with before Lights Out Ace finds one of those threatening units.
See a Permafrost on the Marionette Cross to slow down the clock. A Granite Waystone picking up a Grenadin. And this is going to be a good old-fashioned top deck battle. Can Virgin Mary... Oh, there's an Akantha ascending. Can they manage to deal the 15 points of damage they need in time before Lights Out Ace finds another giant unit?
You know, this is actually risky. If you play out the impending doom here, you could get burnt out in a similar way you did in game one, where maybe a couple transpose combined together. In this case, it could be a seer with something else. If you're the Virgin Mary, do you just have to burn the Ikaria, just kill that silly little Grenadin?
Oh no. We're going to see Impending Doom and Akantha ascending come down, go to 6, and Siege Breaker. Double Sling of the Chi means that 12 overwhelm damage is about to be fired at one of Virgin Mary's units, and it's going to advance Lights Out Ace 2-2-0, putting them just one game away now from the top 8 of the 2020 World Championships. Congratulations to them on a well-fought match. For Virgin Mary, just coming up a little bit short there in both games. It felt like they were able to use their shadow removal to keep that Sling of the Chi card draw ability turned off, but just the cumulative effect of Sling of the Chi, every big unit killing one of their threats, was just not something they could overcome there as they fall 2-0 in that match. So that was a pretty fast round compared to our Vision mid-range round 1 slugfest that we got to witness. That was actually the last game of the round. And so we are going to be heading to a break here as all 8 matches of the round are already concluded. And we will be back in just a few minutes here with round 3 of stage number 2. All right, welcome back to the 2020 Eternal World Championship. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, once again joined by Corey Burkhardt as we are getting going here with round number 3 of stage 2. We had 16 players start the day. We are looking to narrow that field down to 8 for our top 8 tomorrow, where we will be crowning a world champion. For the first 2 rounds of the day, we watched some expedition action, but now we're switching over to throne for the rest of the day as our 2-0 players, as we take a look at the bracket here, will be trying to get that critical third win to advance to the top 8. As you can see, Collector is up against Lights Out Ace, and then we're going to be watching A rank 13 up against Colacoma. For Throne decks this weekend, A rank 13 brought the Elysian Spells archetype. So what we're going to see there is Master Conjurer, Maveloft Huntress, Wump, and Mizo powering up with lots of primal influence to be able to draw cards, play 4/4s. It's going to be a good time. And then Colacoma's got a take on Xenon that is heavy on time. They've got lots of the beefy time units we've come to love, like Moonstone Vanguard, World Bearer Behemoth, and they're going to be trying to crash on through with those. For the rest of the field, we can see in that middle part of the round 3, all of our players on 1-1. They're looking to get 1 win closer. And then down at the bottom, we see Meol, Notar, Cassandrith, and Adrius. Unfortunately, for those players, they are now 0-2. And once you pick up your third loss in the day, you are done. So a critical round for everyone involved. With only 5 matches today, everyone got a lot on the line. All the players so far have earned a minimum of $500, but just from making it to tomorrow's top 8, that's upping the ante where they're getting a guaranteed $1,000. Corey, turning our attention to that featured match of A rank versus Colacoma, what do you think is important for Colacoma to do on the Xenon side to be able to slow down the Elysian spells?
So the big thing on Colacoma's side is you got to get to the board. You have to be asserting pressure onto the Xenon Spells player. You need to make sure that if they're going to take one of these turns to try to set up, to try to get a Master Conjurer down, that you're setting up with a Twilight Hunt. But it sounds like the game's ready, Andrew. Let's get down and watch and see who's going to be our first player into the top 8 of the 2020 Eternal World Championships.
Here we go. First match of the day. And actually, it looks like we're going to be checking out Lights Out Ace versus Collector. Apologies for the miscommunication there. So to catch you up, these players are also 2-0. Collector is on a very similar archetype to what we were just describing with A rank. They're also playing Elysian Spells as we see a Droll ascending, getting things rolling down there. And then up at the top of your screen, Lights Out Ace, once again on a Skycrag build. This time they've got Justice in the mix as they're playing sort of the Fire Justice Primal unitless strategy, where they're going to be playing lots of removal and trying to pick apart all of the little spell synergies that Collector has.
Yeah, so Lights Out Ace is kind of playing, as you said, Andrew, the honor version of this Garden of Moments deck, and it's really teched out for aggro decks. You see a full suite of Defiances and Stormhalt Knights to really help just kind of bolster their defenses against that aggro game. And I think one of the key things that I really like out of their deck here is having that end of the story, something that you can resurface for with that Garden of Omens and still set up that harsh rule effect in a way that maybe your opponent's not ready for.
All right, so Wump and Mizo playing snowballs on each player's turn. Once it hits 4, it's going to transform into the party pair. As we see Collector use Primal Etchings and go into that market. Anything jump out to you?
Well, it looks like here we're actually going to see them pull that mirror image out, so not really afraid just yet of any harsh rule shenanigans, as Collector's immediately going to follow that up with that Genev Merchant and pull that Sody Spell Shaper out. I really like this from Collector. When your opponent has this many harsh rules, just having that Aegis ready to go, but the drawback here
Yeah,
of
that Wump
having
and
something like
Mizo
the Wump and
snowball.
Mizo.
Yeah, it really worked against Collector there. I wonder if they anticipated how easy it was going to be for Lights Out Ace to pop Aegis. As Wump and Mizo has at the start of each player's turn, they play a snowball.
So we'll see that Master Conjurer come down, but not have the power available just yet to mirror image it. And now we'll see the Garden of Omens come down, and I suspect, yep, there's a nice bolt straight away from Lights Out Ace.
Yep,
Killing
no
off
messing
that.
around there.
Yeah, and that was a pretty big draw for Collector. They really needed a unit to get something going here, as I assume we'll see them petition, grab a Silex. they'll play that, and then the draw plus the mirror image here. Oh no, they're gonna hold on to the draw. They're gonna wait a turn.
Yeah, I mean,
Fine.
the big thing there, Corey, I think, is with the resurface not having been played yet. You called up the line earlier. If they just resurface for end of the story, it just kills both the draw and the copy.
Right. Yeah. Should Lights Out Ace draw that 6 power? They did miss a power drop earlier, but should they
Nah, they don't
manage
need
to
a six
find it?
power. They got Garden of Omens to make it cost one less.
Oh, good point, Andrew. Very good call. And you've already got that double justice.
All right, so we're going to see a resurface for Lights Out Ace. Looking through, they get to put a spell of their choice on top of their deck. And they've got a couple of different one-ofs between End of the Story and Channel the Tempest. And this seems like a spot where you could turn to Channel the Tempest. I mean, Collector is playing Dazzle in their deck, so it's a little bit risky, but it's a pretty sweet one if you can pull it off, as we see a Stormwell Knife get played for the full 6 cost, come down as a 5/5 relic weapon.
Yeah, and I really like this. Protected also with the Aegis. It's going to be really difficult for Collector to try to find a way to break this up. So they're just going to have to run on a Jotun Hurler. That's not the way that Collector drew it up here.
No.
But they are building up a couple of spells here in their hand, Andrew. You've got that draw, you've got the mirror image, now you got that snowball waiting in waits, but this is a lot of cards picked up here on Lights Out Ace's side using that Honor of Claws there, finding another snowball on that Jotun Hurler.
All right, so Lights Out Ace got the Stormwall Knife, taken out the Jotun Hurler. Lots of Yetis and Jotuns in Collector's deck between Jaral, Wump, and Mizo, and the Hurler.
So where do you go here if you're Lights Out Ace? You just fire off the Trove and the Wisdom? Do you play the Merchant?
So they're going to go into the market, and they're going to find Savage Incursion. Once Collector has 10 cards in their Void, it'll deal 3 and draw 3 cards. And once they have 20 cards in Collector's Void, it'll also play 3 6/4 Flying Dragons with Overwhelm. For Collector, one of the nice things about the way they sequenced here is that when you're playing against a Garment of Omens deck with Harsh Rule capability, if you play out your units the turn before Tamaris comes down, then you make it a bit harder for your opponent to get the best of both worlds. If they want a Harsh Roll, they're then also killing their Tamaris.
Yeah, definitely a heads up line here, and then we're going to see popping the Aegis, the Snowball will equivocate that Genev Merchant, use the damage from Jaral, playing that 2-cost spell, finish off the Stormhall Knife.
And I like the patience that we're seeing from Collector. Nothing that's going on right now is particularly pleasant. They can't like their spot. But what they're doing is they're recognizing that mirror image is unlikely to make the difference if it copies a Jaral. Lights Out Ace has pulled up so many cards in this game that what are the odds that they don't have a Harsh Roll at this point? It turns out that they don't, but they do have enough removal effects that they would be able to clean up just a board of 1 or 2 units. But if you save onto the mirror image and you top deck like a Helio the Skywinder, you get to draw 5 cards and then mirror image it and draw like another 5 cards. And that is the kind of play that could get Collector back into this game.
Yeah, with Lights Out Ace being at 24, the Jaral's not going to do enough with just the couple of spells that they had. As you called out, Andrew, you really need to make a massive play. You know, really looking for that Helio. Is there's not something like a Dazzle here in Lights Out Ace's hand, and I don't actually think that they have one in their deck this weekend, do they? Yeah, not an option that Lights Out Ace has, but man, all those spells so reduced. What can they make happen here?
Look at this. The Genev Merchant got equivocated into a Felon Bloodcaster. Pay 7 ultimate, drop the top card of each player's deck, and, well, that Cobalt Wasteland the Collector just picked up will help stymie that ultimate, but that's a pretty nice one. You got sort of the summon effect out of the Genev Merchant, and then you just got transformed into a larger unit with an ultimate to use.
Yeah, if anything, you've just upgraded. And with all these snowballs, you can break Collector's player Aegis, no problem here.
So Collector could just Mabeloft Huntress here, imbue onto the Genev Merchant, and then attack the Tamaris just to relieve some pressure, but they're just going to hope that they can survive long enough to top deck a Helio here. It really is starting to feel like that is their only realistic way to get back into this game. It would be a humongous swing drawing 6 cards now with 12 Primal Influence.
As we're going to see there on Lights Out Ace's side, we're going to start the snowball parties. Savage Incursion will now finish off the Genev Merchant. 3 more cards picked up. And once you get the Tamaris and the Guard of Omens going in these decks, Andrew, you're off to the races. Petitions are free, Treasure Troves are free, Wisdom of Elders just costs a single power.
Yeah, it does make it harder to play something like Transpose in these decks, but you know what? Genev Merchant will get what they need. I think we're getting close to the point. Yep, we'll see the Mighty Scourge of Frosthelm, 10 cost, 8/8 dinosaur. Enemies can't play spells, and my experience has been against the deck that is so aptly named Elysian Spells. Scourge of Frosthelm is a total lockout.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult to build up a Mayflower Huntress big enough to deal with that one.
Yeah, that would be the sort of the one way out, but the Elysian Spells deck has some good units, but they aren't the biggest, as we'll see a Learned Imitator. 4 cost 0/1, summon, transform it into a 0 strength version of a unit in your deck that costs 5 or less, and so it'll just transform into a draw. That'll still get the stat bonus there, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah, start out as a 0/3, get +2/2 because of those 6 primal influences, and now firing off that mirror image, you've got 2 draws. If you can find a Wisdom of the Elders, maybe Collector can find a way to just burn out Lights Out Ace here. This is actually giving them an opportunity, Andrew, to possibly win the game on the next turn.
I'm going to disagree with you, Corey. I think we're going to see an attack for 4 here from Tamaris, and then a Channel the Tempest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And that is going to do it here, as Lights Out Ace is going to go up a game in this best of 3 set. And they have put themselves just a single game away from qualifying for tomorrow's top 8 at the World Championships. For a Collector, they're going to need to win the next 2 games. And I do like their chances. Each of their units can apply pretty good pressure early, and they do demand answers. Something like Wump and Mizo or Master Conjurer can really generate, or Jaral even, can generate a lot of value on its own. And that's nice when you're playing up against a deck with a lot of Harsh Rule and Hailstorms. The problem that game was that they used the Genev Merchant, they got a Sodi Spellshaper, their own Wump and Mizo punctured the Aegis, and then it all got swept away.
Yeah, the Genev Merchant, they're not being a Yeti, they're not the best of friends, and they do have a snowball fight there. Interested to see if Collector here, game number 2, we're taking a look at this opening hand. They've got just a Mayflower Hunter, Sanders. Is this going to be good enough for them to hold on to?
Yeah, I think so. If I'm Collector, one of the nice things about this draw is that while it doesn't have early pressure, you do have ways to interact with the bigger plays of Wisdom of Elders and Honor of Claws from Lights Out Ace, Harsh Rule with those Dazzles. And you don't have any truly dead cards. There's no sort of equivocates that are just going to be awkward to deploy. So that's helpful.
And a great pickup there.
Yeah, it's tricky though. One of the things that you can consider doing against a deck with 4 torches for Collector is not playing your Geralds until you get to that 6th primal influence and can deploy it safely through a torch, through a hailstorm. Unfortunately, a snowball is just going to eat it there.
Really just valuing here so highly those Dazzles. I thought that we might see Collector try to get that petition to go find a primal symbol to accelerate to that draw sending. Like you were pointing out, I want to get it out of Hailstorm range. I want to get it out of Torch range. Just putting such a premium on that ability of the Dazzle to negate these big spells that Lights Out Ace has. And I think, yeah, this Master Conjurer is actually going to get an attack and gain that extra primal influence. Unfortunately, it will meet its match here at the hands of a Defiance on Lights Out Ace's side, but getting that extra primal influence, actually pretty important here for Collector.
All right, so unfortunately for Collector, they did not have Dazzle up when the Honor of Claws was played, as we'll see. Draw 3 and the Jotun Hurler go away, just making beautiful advantage of the synergy of a Fate card with a draw and discard effect.
Yeah, and here for Collector, things are going to start to get really dicey.
Lights Out Ace is going to go for a pretty cool line here, I think, of Garden of Omens. They can Ice Bolt, and because it was cost reduced down to a 1-cost spell, the Dazzle is no longer negated. Dazzle can only negate big spells and big units and spells that cost 2 or more, so...
Yeah, so as a result there, the Ice Bolt fires off, finishes off that Master Conjurer, and Collector unable to protect it. They do get to deploy 2 units here, Andrew, and they are holding up a Dazzle. They will get to stop something like that end of the story that could be resurfaced up here.
Yeah, I mean, they've just got a lot of great options here.
Yeah, having something like that Stormholt Knife also in hand can just pressure either of these units so effectively here. Yes, we're not even going to see Lights Out Ace go for that end of the story. I think that we're likely to see that Torch plus Stormholt Knife play here, Andrew.
Yeah, there's a bunch of options. I mean, I think the big thing from Lights Out Ace's side is recognizing the possibility of a dazzle and avoiding playing too much into it. If we were to see something like a hailstorm, yep, and you called it, Corey. Stormholt Knife plays around it beautifully. You get to kill the draw. You get to still torch thanks to the cost reduction from the Garden of Omens, and it just makes it that much harder for a collector to get back into this game. Still, they've got 3 copies of Helio in their deck, and the fact that they haven't been able to find one in any of these games is really starting to punish them, as their threats are now dwindling, and these dazzles have so far proven surprisingly ineffective at stopping the interaction from Lights Out Ace.
All right, so here on Collector's side, they are going to be able to pull that Learned Imitator out of the market. They'll be able to go find potentially a Master Conjurer or another copy of Draw on the follow-up turn. And having gotten down an Aegis unit here, this does at least pressure potentially getting the Stormhold Knight off of the board.
Yeah, Geneva Merchant's a nice one here. As a 2/3, it will, and Aegis, it does do a good job of applying pressure to the knife and trading with it. And look at the patience from Collector. They had the option to dazzle the Wisdom of Elders, but they elected not to. And if they get to dazzle in Honor of Claws instead, they're going to feel pretty rewarded for that decision.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty heads-up play, just realizing how important it is to make sure this Geneva Merchant sticks around. And yeah, if you see Lights Out Ace immediately follow up with that Honor of Claws, you're going to know that you're safe from something like a Torch plus a Harsh Rule that, you can just negate that one and feel pretty proud about that decision, as we'll see this Honor of Claws fired off. And
Yep,
yeah,
that's
you
going to.
called it, Andrew. There it is.
If you're a Lights Out Ace, I wonder how surprised you are. I mean, it has seemed like Collector's been holding up 2 power for the last couple of turns, so it can't be a total shock. And wow, look at this. Lights Out Ace is going all out here to try to ensure that the Stormholt Knife survives. And yeah, that's going to work pretty well for them here, because now, if we were to see the Learned Imitator go and transform into a Master Conjurer, into a Drawl Ascending, the Stormholt Knife is more than equipped to be able to kill either one.
Yeah, this definitely puts Collector in a rough spot here. Also facing down that Tamaris now in the next turn. Just going to be making all of Lights Out Ace's spells so cheap to play. And yeah, Collector unable to defend whichever unit they're going to get. Just has to send the turn right back to Lights Out Ace.
And this is just so disgusting. When you get to Petition and Treasure Trove for literal free, because both spells cost 2 less thanks to the Garden plus the Tamaris combo, you just know that the opponent's just pulling farther and farther ahead.
So we'll see that second Honor of Claws get negated by the second copy of Dazzle, but unfortunately for Collector, they're not applying pressure with that. They still need to find a way to deal with this Tamaris, deal with the first Stormholt Knife, and now they're going to have to deal with what Lights Out Ace has in reserves here, as they're going to start their turn off with the first copy of a Trove.
All right, so Collector finds a Jotun Hurler, and that's a 3/3. Sort of same deal. Once again, applies pretty good pressure. But now I think Collector is just feeling behind enough that they're going to go for this. And, oh, okay, well, this will work out pretty great. So because of the Wump and Mizo is going to transform immediately, it's going to turn into the party pair. It's going to be a 6-cost unit, or it's going to be a 6/6 in a second, and that'll outclass the Stormhold Knife.
Yeah, so they fire off the third snowball. The Wump and Mizo fires the fourth snowball off there on Lights Out Ace's side, and yeah, I mean this is formidable enough to take out the Stormholt Knife. Assume we'll see these thrown. Oh, interesting. Going to see them thrown upstairs. So Collector maybe just going to be ignoring the spell cost reduction here from the Garden of Omens.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. You might want to just close the door. Lights Out Ace already has 9 power, and for Lights Out Ace, they're getting pretty close to closing this game out. An attack for 4 from Tamaris, potentially a harsh roll plus a Stormhalt knife means they're gonna have a 5/5 relic weapon, and with no board for Collector, it's just gonna be a single removal effect off the top. Will lock this matchup for Lights Out Ace. And finally,
Huge
Collector
draw.
was looking for the whole match. The first Helio arrives. Draw 1, draw 2, draw 3, draw 4.
Okay, and 1 power away, Andrew, from being able to get that mirror image out of the market and potentially play another Helio. So we're not going to see that come down just yet. Heads up play here for Collector, making sure they get another unit down. Defend themselves from a single torch, ending the game with a direct attack from that Stormhalt knife.
Well, I think the single torch could just go at.
Oh, it could just go upstairs.
Yeah,
Good
Collector
point. You are right, too.
doesn't have Face Aegis right now. Lights Out Aces just managed to crest into another power on top of their deck. They get Helio off the board, but for Collector, they are about to snowball away the Stormhalt knife. There is no card draw in hand for Lights Out Ace. Lights Out Ace has some really potent game-ending top decks, but they're going to need it now as Collector is going to try to close this game out.
Waystone, extra added safety against something like that torch.
Oh wow, we don't see Jaral come down. Collector is now with the Face Aegis perhaps feeling comfortable enough to slow roll the Jaral in case there's another Hailstorm Harsh roll.
Yeah, I assume now with the Dazzle, yeah, you just get the engines rolling here. So we're going to see Jaral come down. Treasure Trove, 2 damage upstairs.
Second Helio. But we're going to see Collector wait on the Helio. And Lights Out Ace is going to Garden of Omens here, potentially just ice bolting away the Jaral.
Well, we might see that resurface. Yeah, we're going to see the resurface at the end of the story, Andrew. And
oh, good call, Corey. Put that warp effect on top of the deck. Yep, we see it. End of the story. Kill all units. Tribute. End of the story can't be negated or stopped by Aegis. Tribute ain't online, so it's going to be negated by the Dazzle. 2 more damage from the Jaral. Turns the crest into a treasure trove as Collector is going to berserk attack with a Jaral ascending here for the win.
What a comeback here by Collector. They were so far behind for so many turns, Andrew. And they're making all these plays, you know, not to run up the score, but this is trying to get around something like a Defiance. It's been a while since Collector has made a super relevant attack here. That could be the last card in Lights Out Ace's hand. So firing off all those spells, Jaral gets in the last few points of damage here, and we're going to even up the score at 1 game apiece.
Wow. I mean, Collector seemed super dead that game. They were behind to a Garden of Omens plus a Tamaris that was playing free treasure troves. You did not think Collector had it in them, but that just goes to show the danger of a control deck allowing a Helio deck to continue to build up Primal Influence. It just means that there's always still hope, and we saw that come through as Collector was able to draw 4 cards off of it, and they even drew some power, but then using Plunder, turning them into treasure troves, it just completely gassed them up for the rest of the game and allowed them to close things out before Lights Out Ace could top deck the lethal burn that they needed. Looking to game 3 here, Lights Out Ace will be on the play with a Defiance, a Just Desserts, and a Garden of Omens. Meanwhile, for Collector, you know, if you've got a couple of Elysian Silexes, that seems like a pretty great place to start against a control deck.
Yeah, you're going to be able to play into the mid, into the late game here. You're going to be able to keep up with what Lights Out Ace is doing. And, you know, we saw it before. The Genève Merchant, really tricky card for Lights Out Ace's deck to actually deal with. They're not that effective at dealing with, you know, units with an Aegis.
Crest of Order is the scout decision for Lights Out Ace, and I'm not loving that one if I'm them, just because it doesn't get me towards my Skycrag Silex being online, and I have power ready to go for the next few turns.
Yeah, we'll just see Collector just build out that big Primal Influence base now with Primal Etchings online, getting closer to pumping up those Durals as Lights Out Ace. Firing off the Wisdom of Elders, Andrew, but no 5th power. They've got that Skycrag Silex for next turn, but they won't get a Trove off of it, and Collector's going to be the first to board here with that Genev Merchant, and they are pulling that Mirror Image straight away out of their market.
So Lights Out Ace going to get to Honor of Claws here, and missing now the 5th undepleted power. I think in this matchup it might be Vanquish that bites the dust. Nope, it's going to be a Just Desserts, and that makes sense. There's a lot of value that Collector can get from some of their units like Jral, Wumpin Mizo, and Master Conjurer without them even attacking, so...
Yes, we'll just see Collector here power through that market, fully Aegis up, use the etchings, get into that market for the 3rd time, and getting that Learned Imitator. Collector, they have almost all the pieces here set up, Andrew. The only thing they're really missing is that big option to refuel with Helio, but they don't even need to refuel yet. Look at how many cards that they can still draw.
And Lights Out Ace could just do something like Hailstorm here. It would knock both of the Aegises off. Lights Out Ace aware how many times now Collector's gone into their market. It's going, yeah, I think Lights Out Ace is anticipating a Sodi Spellshaper.
Yeah, and a heads up line there, breaking those 2 Aegises. You can use the Defiance here to stop the Spellshaper, but Collector looking to lure that one out here.
All right, so with the Hailstorm gone, Collector's going to take a chance. They're going to put out Wumpin Mizo, hoping that there isn't a second Hailstorm. But the bad news for them is that we very well could see one here as a Wisdom of Elders starts and finds a Hailstorm. Or rather, they had the Hailstorm, but it finds them some more power.
Yeah, some additional power here and some cheap spells to combine with these Garden of Omens waiting in hand. And unfortunately for Collector, they've mostly found just additional power here. They really now need to find that Helio, given they lost access to that Sodi Spellshaper. So we see that 8th Influence come down. Accelerated Evolution, not a bad pickup here. But unfortunately, I don't think that they're going to get back to their turn with this Jral in play, as we see Garden of Omens hit the board, and that Ice Bolt fired straight away at that Jral.
So once again, Collector in this spot where finding that first copy of Helio, the Skywinder, is just going to do phenomenal things for them. Otherwise, they are going to have to contend with a Garden of Omens that is currently unchallenged on the board.
Yeah, and unfortunately here, a Stormhalt Knife, a nice pickup. Okay, that Dazzle was a really nice pickup from Collector, because I thought that what we were going to see from Lights Out Ace would be the resurface there for that copy of Channel the Tempest. And also picking up this Master Conjurer is not too shabby here for Collector. The issue is if you do end up playing the second spell here, you won't be able to hold up the Dazzle, so Collector's just going to send it back.
Yeah, that's a really disciplined play by Collector. They just knew it wasn't going to go well if they played the Accelerated Evolution, so they just didn't bother. They knew it would likely lead to a board wipe here. The downside for them is that Stormalt Knife in Lights Out Ace has the potential to just destroy them.
Yeah, you get this 1/5 unit out. It does dodge things like Hailstorm, dodges things like Torch. The thing that it's going to be vulnerable to, another Garden of Omens potentially, but yeah, even worse, Andrew, as you pointed out, that copy of Stormhalt Knife. There it is. So yeah, Stormhalt Knife going to come down here, take out the Conjurer. And I feel like we're in the same situation. Collector just needs to find one of these copies of Helio to refuel up and try to keep pace with what Lights Out Ace has going on. Okay, Equivocate gives you the ability here to plunder this power into a trove, maybe Equivocate back the Maval Huntress if you really want to. Not the best card in the matchup.
So Collector sort of hanging on for dear life here now. They've got the Dazzle ready to go if a Channel the Tempest is drawn a couple of turns, but they are just lacking the Helios to pull them ahead in this matchup.
Yeah, and luckily here for Collector, this was the Shield's downturn of they needed to take a risk, they thought, and try to just dig as quickly as possible to that Helio. Sure, you lose the Mavelov Huntress, you take 5, but that's not really what Collector's worried about. Collector's worried about those big plays, and they really need to find one of their own here. Fortunately, just finding that copy of Primal Sigil not going to be what they're looking for.
So that copy of Tamaris coming off of the Garden of Omens agenda just means Lights Out Ace gets to do everything, not just cheap, but real cheap, as every spell costs 2 less. Honor of Claws. It's a real Thanksgiving Black Friday special for them as they get to play for just 2 power. The Dazzle that will negate it, and they'll get to plunder with it and get another treasure trove. But with Collector now down to 12, they're in real risk of dying because, I mean, look at all these sources of pressure. We've got 7 stats worth of units on the board, a Stormhalt Knife, and then 2 torches in hand.
Yeah, and Lights Out Ace sees that also. They've got Collector now down to 12. I'm guessing this resurface, they're finding the Channel of the Tempest, or even a third torch here, Andrew.
There's a draw ascending, and we'll see Collector play that first and use... Okay, we're going to start powering it up here. Giving it +1/+1 and flying to try to block.
Also, breaking the Aegis here, first and foremost. Like, now you're going to be sure that the Equivocate, if you Equivocate this Tamaris, it will transform it. So see that Equivocate fired off. 2 more damage upstairs. This will break the Stormhalt Knife. And I don't think that Pensive Lumen is something that Lights Out Ace is really looking for. As you know, their deck not the most effective at enabling Tribute.
Oh, I mean, if you want to, you could torch around Jotun Hurler. I don't think that would be a good play, but it'd be kind of cool.
Interesting there. Wisdom of the Elders was the pickup. So we'll see another Stormhalt Knife here come down for Collector. This attack down to 4 and Lights Out Ace with 2 torches in hand. Yeah, they just took a quick second there to make sure. Is there anything I'm missing? The answer is no, as we see Lights Out Ace, the first player to advance to our top 8. We will see them tomorrow in the single elimination throne bracket, fighting to become the world champion.
Yeah, a great job there from Lights Out Ace. It looks like their deck is, well, it looks like we got displayed 1-1, but oh yeah, well the Collector did win game number 2. But Lights Out Ace definitely looks like they have a great build that is well suited for the Elysian matchup. I mean, the Elysian deck has pretty solid units. They're not easily killed, but when you are able to effectively keep them off the board, so much of what the Elysian deck does is predicated on getting to play spells with a Master Conjure out, getting to gain card advantage with Dural, that if you could dodge the Helios or sort of survive the first one or draw enough cards on your own, you're going to be well set up to sort of go over the top of what they're doing. And we will check in, and it looks like Stormblast and Virgin Mary are still playing, so we're going to check out their game as soon as it's ready. They are in game 3, so who knows how much action we got left. Virgin Mary is playing Even Elysian this weekend, and Stormblast is on... well, we've been seeing a lot of Time Justice Shadow in both formats now, as we see these players in game number 3 as a Sabertooth Pride leader is going to soak up an attack from a 4/4.
And of note here, Andrew, this is a matchup of 1-1 players, so, don't worry if you're a Stormblast or Virgin Mary fan. If they lose this one, they're not out. They've got 2 more rounds. They could still manage to win out and make that top 8. But if they win this round, they're just 1 win away from making that top 8 bracket.
Look at that Svetya Merciful Arene. Looks like I got hit with the onslaught of Albin Roa to double the cost of a card in the enemy hand.
Yeah, I like that one a lot more when it cost 8. At 16, not into that one as much as we're going to see. The enemy here fired off, and Wivacate hitting that Rolling Iron Tyrant is there. We're not going to see any Silverblade Reapers here help play defense for Stormblast.
Yeah, huge swing there. Stormblast, instead of saving the Know Thy Enemy for a turn when they could amplify it, wanted to take advantage of it with Roland right away, and that Equivocate, turning it into a Sandspout Mirage, 4 cost 0/5 readier units.
Yeah, but looking to set up something with that Sandsprout Mirage is we're going to see Stormblast grab that Enhanced Distillation, trade back in that 16 cost Svetya.
Yeah, they'll be able to go back into the market when they have 16 power. We'll see a Tuvon ambush down, 6 cost 7/7. And for Virgin Mary, are they going to ambush a second Tuvon, or do you think we'll see them activate the first one?
I think given that we didn't see them activate the first one prior to attacking, I think that we're likely to see a second Tuvon here join the fray at the end of Stormblast's next turn.
And you were right, Corey, as we see Virgin Mary just pass with that 6 power up.
And Stormblast instantly knows that something's up here. If you don't activate the Tovon there to draw a card, that's got to just put alarm bells in Stormblast's head here. What are you going to follow up with? Then Roland's just a perfect follow-up here with Ascendant Agent at the ready, Andrew.
Yeah, that'll be able to kill Tuvon and give Stormblast a Deadly Valkyrie.
Virgin Mary still going to rush out this Tovon here.
Oh, okay. I'm surprised we didn't see the immediate Ascendant Agent on the Tovon. It's now going to get to draw a card, and unfortunately for Stormblast, the Equivocate in hand for Virgin Mary means that we could see another rolling get equivocated in response to another kill effect.
Oh, wow, and actually going after the stunned one here.
Yeah, this isn't going to work out great for Stormblast. The Equivocate will bounce the Roland, turning it into an Azuzi, Kodash's Listener. Well, that card invokes Justice, so be exciting to see what that one picks up.
Yeah, and as a result, now not getting that Silverblade Reaper because the Roland was already out of play. They're going to have to fire off a Defiance here. And this Pearl Abbey Smuggler, Andrew, this one's getting pretty large. Let's see if this Azuzi might be able to invoke a powerful Justice spell here for Stormblast. See if they can, maybe get this one to match up against something like a Tovon.
It's Seraph Strategist. 2 cost 0/5. Pay 5 and twist Seraph to play a random unit with strength equal to Seraph's strength and double damage.
Stormblast realizing how important that one's going to be to their cause. They're going to hold on to it this turn, not deploy it, not look to double activate on the next turn. I love it. So ambush there on the Tidespout, as that's going to cause the Abbey Smuggler to ready, and they're just going to super ambush here, if you will, the Wasteland Broker.
Yeah, Stormblast making fantastic use of the equivocated cards. That's just the fun of Equivocate is, you may have practiced a lot for what you were going to do with the cards that you put into your deck, but when you play against an opponent with Equivocate, they're going to test your ability to use the random stuff that you get to the best of your skills. And so far, Stormblast has done that using the Sandspout Barrage to great effect, and now we might get to see Seraph start doing its thing.
And look at this heads-up attack here also by Stormblast. Just realizing a Desert Alchemist could be in the range. Nah, I'll hold back. I can block your 8/8 Tovon. That's fine. And now, with 11 power out, do you get out this Diana and hope to just find a power and ultimate on the next turn?
That sounds like a great way to win the game to me. Stormblast does find the power. I think they've already played one this turn.
They did. I believe that they played a Silex that they petitioned up this turn.
So we'll see Seraph come down instead. For Virgin Mary, wow.
Nice draw from Virgin Mary. A way to deal with this Diana so that it doesn't ultimate.
But but Virgin Mary's got a number of problems to deal with. That Seraph is going to start twisting multiple times a turn in a second here.
Yeah, you drew a good one, but it's not one that solves all of life's problems here. So they'll start off with a treasure trove, see if they can find any other answers to what's going on.
Do you think people would be into that if we made a card that did that?
That solved all of life's problems? I mean, yeah. I think that we would have already solved all of life's problems if we could do that, Andrew.
I mean, like the game's free to play. You can just get any card just from playing each day, opening any cards in packs. You get gold from just playing in gauntlet games and playing on the ladder that you can use to buy cards for the campaigns. I don't know if we'd be able to monetize well enough a card that to solve all of these problems. All right, so Maveloft Huntress is going to imbue, and as much as the Seraph is going to be annoying and potentially a huge issue, you just have to kill the Diana there because if Stormblessed has the 12th power in the next turn or two, the game just ends on the spot, as it will get ultimate and get plus 19, plus 19.
Yeah, unfortunately here for them now, we're going to see a double activation of Seraph.
Combrei Stranger and the one drop. Oh, it's invulnerable to damage on your turn, and it has like ultimate pay for to draw a relic from your void, but the name is escaping me at the moment. I don't think Stormblessed has any relics in their void, as Tovan is now going to work, growing up.
Checking to see if in their deck here, if we could see them pull anything out. Let's see, they have a single copy of Massive Greatsword that they can search up because of the presence of Siegebreaker potentially here this weekend. So yeah,
Oh wow,
Stormblessed
just takes all the damage. They're just hoping that they can just go for a big lethal attack next turn, and yeah, that might work. I mean, Virgin Mary's at 10. If Stormblessed were to twist Seraph into like a charge unit here, even a Desert Alchemist might not save them. All right, Lethrite Provocateur, 4 cost, 3/5, deadly, infiltrate, discard all of the weapons in the enemy deck, and it now has double damage thanks to Seraph. And Stormblessed has got a tough decision here. They can either Valkyrie Enforcer or they can twist Seraph again.
Yeah, when we saw Stormblessed play around Virgin Mary potentially having a Desert Alchemist a few turns ago. So yeah, we don't see that all-out attack there. That was threatening lethal on the table, Andrew, but afraid of a potential ambush unit. Just going to make the careful attack there with the double damage flyer. And Virgin Mary does reveal that there was a Desert Alchemist. An all-out attack would not have gotten lethal through.
Spot's getting really dangerous now for Virgin Mary. There's going to be 5 flying coming through, and then there's still 5 more ground units.
Taking a look here, seeing what Virgin Mary can do with that Wasteland Broker. They've got Dazzle, Honor of Claws, Lumen Reclaimer, Nash Desert Prince. And they've already Wasteland Brokered those Tovans, as we see multiple of those have already joined the battle.
Wow, so we're going to see the Tovans just trade off here. Wonder what Virgin Mary's going to try to set up here. I agree that maybe going for Nash might give you the best chance, as it allows you to answer multiple flyers. We will have to see, as they're going to now Treasure Trove. Oh, a Sand Warrior. All right, that adds to the board. And for Stormblast, I guess you could just start the turn by maybe twisting. If they were to hit something like an Eclipse Dragon, that'd be game.
Yeah, that would be absolutely massive here. As we see an
Unraveler of Destinies. 4/7 okay. Deadly, summon, sacrifice any number of units to draw that many cards, and they could just throw away some of these ground units they don't need.
Yeah, I like throwing away at least the Desert Marshal here, and likely the Combrei Stranger. Just going to throw away the 1, and they do find a Defiance, so there's extra protection there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you'd... Oh, wow, we're going to see Seraph twist down to 0. Hits Midius! Incredible. So 5/5 flying double damage overwhelm. But if Virgin Mary did put Nashes into the top of their deck, they've got an incredible top deck. It's a petition. They're not going to have enough power if they go and need to petition for a Silex to be able to still play the Treasure Trove and hit Nash. I'm not sure the Virgin Mary has a way out. Is there any chance they could top deck something that allow them to attack for a lethal here?
Trying to see if like maybe a Maveloft Huntress could get across the finish line here.
But it's just a Desert Alchemist. Virgin Mary can plunder away that primal symbol in hand, but I don't think they're going to be able to stop down the flyers. They're going to make it all-out attack here, hoping that something goes wrong. They see the writing on the wall that Stormblessed has lethal in the air. And we just see a Xenon Silex, and we're going to see maybe... I wonder if we'll see a Defiance here. I guess you could feel pretty confident that an Elysian deck is not going to mess you, but nope, Stormblast is just not going to have any of it.
Yeah, gonna fire it off now, having seen that, okay, you don't have anything tricky going on. And yeah, without the power to play a Nash Desert Prince, feeling safe enough to make the blocks that they have.
Oh, Nash was the next card down! Virgin Mary loses to Stormblast as Stormblast gets one win closer there. They are now 2-1 on the day, just one win away. And for Virgin Mary, they're going to have to win the next two. But just an incredible job there from Stormblast, taking advantage. They got to eat a Wasteland Broker with the 4-cost ambush, that Sandspout Mirage that they picked up earlier off an Equivocate, and then that other Equivocate transforming into a Seraph Grand Strategist was amazing.
Yeah, that was a pretty awesome set of games that we got to watch there between these two players. Andrew, we have our first two players into our top 8. We got our first two players eliminated. We've got 2 more rounds left to play, though.
So A rank 13 was the other player this past round. They're playing Elysian Spells. They advanced successfully, and so they defeated Kolakoma this round. So they and Lights Out Ace are our top 2 seeds for tomorrow's single elimination bracket. That'll be fun to see how they can do. But over the next 2 rounds, we will be filling out the rest of that top 8 field. The players are now going to be playing a lot of the most important matches of their Eternal careers. So it's going to be an exciting time to figure that out. And I'm assuming at this point that was it for the round. I haven't gotten full confirmation yet. Okay, so if that's the case, we are going to take a few-minute break, and then we'll be back with with round 4 of stage 2 here at the World Championships. Welcome back to the 2020 Eternal World Championships. I'm Andrew Beckstrom and joined by Corey Burkhart. And our floating heads are somewhere at home here in Denver, Colorado. We are still remote broadcasting, taking all the proper precautions here, doing a lot of work from home these days. And we're thrilled to have you joining us here in stage number 2 of this World Championships. We started off today with 16 players, and a few of them have already advanced. Lights Out Ace and A rank 13 to our top 8 tomorrow. And this round, we will be seeing a few more join us as we look at this bracket. And we see right now, Gage is going to be going up against the Boxer. That's going to be our first match. Stormbless and Kolakoma also have a win and in for our top 8 tomorrow, as do Collector and Tydragon. Meanwhile, down at the bottom of the bracket, we see Meal 29, Virgin Mary, always face Nico Alba, Adris, and Chuanban. All of those players are going to need to win 2 in a row. Their next loss will knock them out. Adrius and Meal 29 one last round to stave off elimination, and Adrius has kind of had their back up against the wall. They're our reigning world champion, but they have just managed to keep getting the wins when they need them to keep themselves alive and keeping their chances alive at defending their crown as Eternal World Champion. So Corey, set us up. What do we got this round?
Yeah, so like you said, Andrew, we're going to be watching Gage 902 and the Boxer. Gage actually brought the Yetis. So a really aggressive Sky Crag deck here. Big focus again going to be on that Champion Fury, 4 strength, charge, overwhelm, and additionally Thudrock's Masterwork and Wump, just these 2 big 3-cost payoffs here for the Yetis. We're going to see if they can push over the finish line as they're fighting the Boxer. And the Boxer's actually going to be on the same sort of Honor Garden of Omens control deck that we saw out of Lights Out Ace. I believe that these 2 players must have worked together for the Throne metagame. I think this is the exact same 80 cards that we're seeing from them. I mean, we even see the Scourge of Frostholm in the market. Overall, yep. I think the Boxer has a lot of the good removal tools, but the issue is the Yetis, they can come out really aggressive and really strong, that if the Boxer doesn't have those torches, those defiances, and those snowballs ready to go on those first couple of turns to kind of keep pace with the amount of Yetis that we could see out of Gage, I think that they're going to fall behind. So I think it's going to really come down to those first few turns, and then really how well can Gage leverage those pumping effects? How well can they use Wump to get their units out of range of potentially a hailstorm? Can they use the site to diversify their threats in a way?
Yeah, so for the Boxer, they've got their work cut out for them. Yetis has established themselves in the last couple of weeks to be the premier aggressive deck in the Throne format. And that's a lot of the reason why we've seen so many players this weekend show up with Jotun Hurler, as that snowball just does so much to clean things up. Whether it's a Thudrock's Masterwork, a Fearless Yeti, you can get a lot of value from it. And even that 3/3 body in the late game will trade with most of the Yetis. So it's going to be a fun round, as we will be seeing which of these players will be booking their slot into tomorrow's top 8. The matches in the round have kicked off. We are currently waiting for both players to join the match. We give them a few minutes to do so. And as soon as this match concludes, we'll be jumping into whatever still matches in the round are still running. For the rest of the field, I'm excited to see who's going to emerge in the Stormblessed versus Kolakoma matchup.
Interrupting you, Andrew. It sounds like our game's ready. Let's get down to the action.
Thank you. All right, here we are in round number 5 of stage 2. Both of these players are playing a win and in for the top 8 tomorrow. If they lose, they'll have another crack at it, but they'd love to sew it up right here as Gage 902 gets things kicked off with a Yeti Spy, connecting and drawing a card. And meanwhile, for the Boxer, they've got a bunch of harsh roll effects coming between the 2 harsh rolls and end of the story, and even a hailstorm.
Yeah, so tricky hands here for both players. Gage would have loved to have had a 2-cost Yeti there, maybe a Yeti Pioneer, maybe a Champion of Fury. They do get to follow it up with a Wump here. On the Boxer side, not finding that torch until the 3rd turn. It's going to get a little tricky for them here, as they're now really playing catch-up. Can they kind of keep pace with Gage here? Can they sort of answer these Yetis one for one and then maybe take over with these Hailstorm harsh rule effects?
That'll be the question as Crunch the Hoarder comes down and a Skycrake Silex makes a treasure trove. For Gage 902, they're going to be going up against multiple hailstorms. Here's the first of them.
Oh, I'm interested to not see the Blazing Salvo actually fired off there from Gage and pulling one of those options there out of their market. It's not like the Boxer has many units in their deck. They do have some, but not many are going to be answered there by a Blazing Salvos. We'll see Emblem of Linray, go ahead and find an Ice Elemental, and this is kind of the MO of the Yetis of you kill all their units, and with between their power cards and their cheap threats, they're able to just get back onto the board really effectively.
Yeah, the emblems have been amazing for the Yetis deck. They don't play with any cards really that cost more than 3 power, so just getting the ability to play multiple threats off of their power just really helps them grind out these games where maybe they're not purely drawing as many cards, but they have so much control over what their power does for them in a game.
This is kind of an awesome setup here for Gage. I'm interested to see what they actually line up here. It looks like we're going to see that snowball fired off at the Geneva Merchant. I assume we'll see, yep, Permafrost come down, stun that one, move it out of the way, and now this pushes through 6 damage onto the Boxer, and that Ice Elemental still has the Aegis, still resilient to something like a Harsh Rule, something like a Hailstorm, and you still have 2 pretty effective spells here waiting in the wings on that Thunderrock's Masterwork.
Skycrag Silex for the Boxer will lead to a Harsh Rule. Will we now see the Blazing Salvo maybe be used on the Mischief Yeti? If you do so, you get that renown bonus of drawing a snowball, and you get to go into your market. And the Mischief Yeti was dying anyway. Just saying. Think about it, Gage.
The house.
It's kind of free. Yep.
Here we go.
Oh, they went after the Dev Merchant. I think that's a misstep there. You get a free snowball if you hit the Mischief Yeti, but nonetheless, Gage 902 is still going to be left with the Ice Elemental, and they're going to be able to attack in here after jump kicking.
So the thing that's tricky here by jump kicking, you've actually lowered the Boxer down to 10, and they're playing a full set of Stormhalt Knights in their starting deck this weekend. The Boxer knew that this was a hard matchup. This is something that they were really worried about. But we're going to see that Hailstorm fired off, and the Dazzle that Gage pulled out of their market is going to negate that one. But the earlier work of the Geneva Merchant finds the Lightning Storm, and that's going to clear out the 2 elementals here from Gage and the Stormhalt Knife now coming down for free.
Second Thunderrock's Masterwork. And for Gage 902, we're going to just see a Pock Pock. You could save it till next turn when you can bond it off of the Thudrock that's likely going to come down, but they're not going to risk it because, yep, it looks like that Thudrock's Masterwork is not long for this world thanks to the Jotun Hurler.
Yeah, the Snowball there, a really big pickup.
Yeah, and it's huge on a couple of levels because the Thudrock's Masterwork is pumping up the Pock Pock to a 2/6. The Stormbolt Knife just couldn't kill it. But now, with this Thudrock's Masterwork gone, it's going to shrink down to a 1/5, and we're going to get to see the Stormhall Knife just polish it off. Yeah, and for Gage, they're going to play out the Yeti Pioneer here. They're hoping to get a bunch of damage from the Yeti Pioneer onto the Stormhall Knife, and then something like a Snowball from the Masterwork can finish it off.
Yeah, it looks like that's the line we're going to see synced up here, Andrew, as the Masterwork comes down. Snowball hurled over there at the Boxer, breaking up that Stormhalt Knife. But the issue here for Gage, they still deal 10 points of damage, and they just don't have a board yet. And unfortunately for them, another Jotun Hurler means another Snowball.
Yeah, for Gage 902, it looks like the window is closing out on this game as we see. Is this the third or fourth Thudrock's Masterwork? I've lost track. Thudrock's a prolific artist, and clearly has been quite busy sculpting these beautiful Mount Slushmores.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mount Slushmore keeps getting destroyed by these tiny snowballs. As now Garden of Omens is going to hit the board, and yeah, just the Boxer feeling so safe is just going to Ice Bolt away this Fearless Yeti. Pressure through for 3 more damage. No, they're holding back to block. So this is a defensive measure against something like a Champion of Fury hitting the board.
Yeah, and that treasure trove hitting just power for Gage 902 feels like it's going to be the last nail in the coffin as the Boxer picks up game number 1 here between really our most aggressive deck in the Throne Field versus the most controlling deck. And game number 1 of this 3-game match goes to the control side. It felt like Gage sort of had a lot of the tools that they needed. They just weren't able to apply consistent enough pressure. And it really felt like the turning point in the match came down to when Gage had set up a dazzle to be able to negate a sweeper effect. And the boxer was just totally ready, having access to both lightning storm and hailstorm to push through that one negate.
Yeah, and then not having a strong enough follow up that the Gage was able to get the Yetis back onto the board. It wasn't like they were able to do Wump into Pock Pock and actually have two diversified threats that could actually get down there. Given that something like that Stormholt knife came out from the boxer there, they were able to just keep all the Yetis in check, throwing snowballs out the Mount Slush Force, as you like to call Thunderrock's masterwork there, Andrew. And yeah, the boxer's up 1-0 here, but Gage does get to be on the play this game. And that is kind of the exact scenario that Yetis want to be in. If they can go, Yeti Spy into that Yeti Pioneer and have one of those really aggressive starts, Gage might just be able to put Boxer out of their misery before they can really, get their sea legs under them.
All right, so we are going to be heading down to game number 2 here in just a moment. Once again, Gage will be on the play with the Yetis. They were able to get off to a nice little start with the Yeti Spy, but they didn't actually, despite drawing an extra card off of it, they weren't able to follow up on turn number 2. And I think that's an important thing to watch out for is whenever you are playing with a deck like Yetis, can you use your power efficiently in the first couple turns of the game? The Yeti deck really relies on the fact that it consistently gets out to aggressive starts, and so missing on a critical second turn of the game just opens up the door for something like that first Hailstorm to be very effective at cleaning up an entire board and still being in a relatively high health total.
Yeah, and it's also something that because we see the Boxer playing with 3 factions here, they're playing with so many Silexes, they're playing with so many crests that if the Gage is spending their power efficiently and, going 1-drop Yeti, 2-drop Yeti, maybe getting multiple Yetis out on the third turn, or maybe a Yeti plus a Thunderrock Masterwork if they have a Yeti Pioneer, the Boxer might be over there going depleted power, and not actually able to keep pace with what Gage is able to set up. That I think that's kind of the dream scenario here for Gage is, can I go something like Mischief Yeti or Yeti Spy into that Yeti Pioneer? I just want to be as aggressive as possible and then sit there and figure out once I've got my units on the board, if I'm getting to attack the Boxer, figure out, okay, how do I figure out how to best play around a Defiance, or maybe next turn if the Boxer has something like a Hailstorm, how do I set up my board such that I can follow up on the next turn and still put the Boxer into this scenario where they're like, man, I just answered a couple Yetis and now I'm still behind. How do I catch up now?
All right, so both players are just taking a second here. We give them a few minutes if they need to take a quick restroom break. But now both players have joined. Let us check it out. Gage 902, bottom of your screen. They've got the Yetis. They are off and running, and we see a snowball for the Boxer. So for Gage 902, they could run out the Yeti Spy and just hope that there is no undepleted primal power, which there is not for the Boxer. So we are going to get to see a Yeti Spy connect for the second game in a row, and hopefully for Gage 902, this time it'll convert to a victory.
Yeah, and I actually like this. I think this is really heads up. Holding back the Snowcrust Yeti, because it also has the Aegis, it actually lines up better in the middle turns against something like those Hailstorms and those Harsh Rolls. Getting out the Yeti Spy, it's really tough, again, for the Boxer to even have undepleted Primal, like you called out, Andrew, and they're rewarded there with a card, and now that they've kind of have this dream Yeti hand, you've got all the potential threats, you've got that Champion of Fury, you've got this Thunderrock's Masterwork, you just got to figure out, how do I dance around the options that the Boxer can have?
So we will see a jump kicked Snowcrest Yeti as the Boxer falls down to 18. And without a Hailstorm or Harsh Roll coming, they are going to be really reliant on these Stormholt Knives to get online.
Really heads up by the Boxer that are getting a Silex that is undepleted. They really need to throw this snowball at the Thunderrock's Masterwork. They could not let these Yetis stay pumped up any longer.
Makes sense. And now for Gage 902, you've got to carefully plan it out. If you're them, you are anticipating, given how slow the Boxer's draw was, that they have something like Hailstorm at the ready. Fortunately for them, they don't, but you've got to be able to plan for every contingency. And I take it all back as the Boxer top decks the Hailstorm.
So
All right, so
Hailstorm
we
will
might
come
see once
down.
again the play of Blazing Salvo, my own unit. It's really nice that you can do that and not be just totally brick walled if your opponent's playing a unitless deck like the Boxer to go into the market. There goes the Yeti Pioneer. And will we see a Dazzle once again? We will.
Do. So no additional power picked up. So we can't see a Champion of Fury plus hold up a Dazzle. We might see a Mischief Yeti plus hold up Dazzle. We do. So also this is a heads up line here from Gage, as this doesn't actually put the Boxer down to 9. If you attack with that Champion of Fury there, you are risking like something like the Stormholt Knife coming down really early again. Unfortunately,
Yeah, heads up play by Gage. They sort of learned from their mistake last game when they used a jump kick that got them down to exactly 10. A Lightning Storm is the pickup from the Genève Merchant. And now things get hard if you're Gage 902.
yeah, Aegis unit here, you can't permafrost that one out of the way. And oof, that Lightning Storm out of the market. I think do you have to dazzle this one, Andrew? This is rough.
It is rough, and we are going to see a Dazzle negate the Lightning Storm, and you just hope that you top deck something like a Wump, something that can unlock your Yetis to be able to attack through here, as we might see a Champion of Fury. We're just going to see the all-out attack. Gage 902 is too concerned that the window is closing on them, and they're just going to push damage as fast as they can. Unfortunately, Defiance is going to kill the Champion of Fury.
Yeah, now we're going to see the Boxer here get to fire off that Honor of Claws and get that Channel of the Tempest out of their hand. Probably not the matchup for that one.
And for the Boxer, with a 6 power at the ready for next turn, Stormhall Knights are going to start coming down and start mopping up these little Yetis one by one. If Gage 902 has any chance of getting back into this game, it's going to need to happen in the next couple of turns. Otherwise, Stormhall Knights are going to completely decimate their attacking force, probably beyond recovery.
Yeah, we'll just see the Yeti Spy hit play, and all right, we're not going to be able to enable the tribute there on that one. So just the full price retail, if you will, on the Stormholt Knife. It's going to take out the Snowcrest Yeti with that Aegis, and now
Yeah, I like this play if you're Gage 902. Let's just permafrost, kill the Genève Merchant, get in there with our Yetis, and successfully infiltrate with the Yeti Spy to draw a card. You get picked up another one, but oof. End of the story.
Yeah, that Harsh Rule variant going to clean up the board here for the Boxer, and just going to leave behind a lonely Yeti Spy here. Yeah, and Torch plus Jotun Hurler. So the Boxer just setting up, not wanting to risk their Garden of Omens here to Champion of Fury. We'll see that Thunderrock's Masterwork come down, fend off, stunning that Jotun Hurler, and a Pock Pock gonna make its way packing.
All right. The snowball from the Thunderrock's Masterwork is going to shrink down the Garden of Omens just a little bit, but your Gage, I guess now Blazing Salvo, we can go into the market and get a 2-cost card, but I don't know what that's going to be. That'll be good enough here.
Yeah, unfortunately, not snowballing the Jotun Hurler there. Didn't leave open that option to draw that Blazing Salvo and protect their own site here.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you are really trying to set up a backdoor straight almost if you go for that line, but it would have worked. It would have kept the site around and gotten you to Thudrock. And sometimes in a spot like this where you're so behind, you need to go for those kind of lines. Ultimately, it's highly unlikely it would have been enough. As Gage 902 falls to the Boxer, and we've just seen this Fire Justice Primal control deck look like it is dominating the field in the throne rounds that we've seen so far. Be interested to see if any of the other major players like the Hurukira deck, maybe some of the time-based decks, are able to hold up against it as the Boxer locks up a spot in the top 8. So we now have a third player there, and we are going to look for another match to join for this round. And we can now see Meal versus 29. They're in game two, and Meal is up a game. So yeah, let's go and check out that one if we can. So Meal 29, we're going to be seeing them. They're going to be on the Elysian archetype that we've talked about in the past. We've seen the spells archetype. And then Virgin Mary, we got to see last round. They're playing even Elysian. So we've got a battle of two different Elysian decks here, Corey.
Yeah, and if you take a look here, Andrew, the even Elysian deck has got Mule here down to 6. They're gonna have to actually play that Pride Leader, buffer their health total here up to 9, and Ice Bolt one of these units here just to survive.
So that's a clever play. So it looks like they're going to be killing a Danica to shrink the imbue. Is it enough to keep them alive?
Yeah, so we'll put
Just
it down to 1.
barely. One's not zero, as we like to say.
So you've got 8 damage here in units, and you've got that Geralt in play if you can combine enough spells.
I got some bad news, Corey. That Tovan on Virgin Mary's side, that is not permafrosted.
No, that is going to be a 10-10 overwhelm brawling on the next turn here.
Holy moly, I can't believe Virgin Mary thinks they can make an onslaught attack here. But they're going to go for it. I just don't know that you have enough if you do this to still be able to block everything down. Oh, okay. I guess the Maveloft Huntress was imbued to the worst case. All right, so that actually didn't work out too badly for them because they got to unlock a Geralt.
Yeah, so double Geralt here, firing 4 damage upstairs with that Royal Decree.
And they're going to permanently transform the Wasteland Broker into a Seek Power. And they're not even going to play the Wump in Mizo.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I guess that you're worried about the player Aegis being broken and then getting finished off maybe by a snowball on the follow-up turn.
Perhaps we're going to see a Sabertooth Pride Leader gain another 3 health here. Virgin Mary's thinking about it. What does... Okay, so they can play Albenroa first, imbue, and maybe if they pick up something like an Equivocate, it could change combat here. Oh, no, Virgin Mary, if you roll Decree... Oh, no, there's still player Aegis.
Yeah, there's still the player Aegis because we didn't see that Wump in Mizo.
All right.
So now the 2 Pride Leaders here can block the Tovan and absorb all 10 of that overwhelm damage.
Oh, that's brutal, though. The fact that you can't... A triple block still doesn't kill Tovan.
Right. And actually having to throw one of these Gerals under the Maveloft Huntress bus. 17 damage, 1 Geral. What magic can Meal make happen here?
Yeah, I mean, is there any chance that, like, if they were to, like, oh, there's a second draw. If you would have decked enough spell, well, oh, all right. Well, Meal didn't think they had it, so fair enough. All right, so Virgin Mary is going to tie up this match at 1 game apiece, and we're going to get to see a full-on game 3 here. So the big advantage for Meal is that they get to play with sort of every cost of card. They get to play with Primal Etchings, and then for Virgin Mary, they get the full-on Elysian experience. Oh, actually, it looks actually like they're both even decks. I apologize. Yeah, Meal 29 is just also on an even-handed Golem take. I thought that they were on the Elysian Spells archetype. But yep, looking at this, we see both players playing even-handed Golem, Sabertooth Pride Leaders, Wasteland Brokers, Helios, kind of what you'd expect. The big difference is Virgin Mary has this awesome little Danica package that looked quite effective there at allowing them to be up a few more cards.
Yeah, having that card advantage engine in your market that also just makes really large units.
Oh, it's just starting deck. They got 4 copies.
Oh, loving that. I'm into that for sure.
And there we see one picked up. If you didn't believe me it was in their starting deck, you probably do now. As this even Elysian Mirror gets rolling.
And this isn't an elimination match, Andrew, so whoever loses this is out of our World Championships, and the winner fighting for their tournament life there in that last round.
Devotee of the Sands will be played, not shifted, giving themselves potentially the option if they pick up a Royal Decree next turn to attack an Onslaught with it.
Yeah, I wonder if that's actually the Virgin Mary just kind of trying to bait Meal 29, saying, if you have an Equivocate, go ahead and Equivocate this. I know you get to stop me from playing 4 drops, but, you know, more worried about how the game will play out going along there.
Yeah, And so this will be a critical decision for Virgin Mary. And they're going to go for the high end play, which is try to spike a Royal Decree, and they did it.
Wow.
Beautifully set up by Virgin Mary. Could have just, the natural play is go for a 4-drop after you get your power accelerator on turn 2, but instead they're going to be well rewarded, transforming every copy of a card in Meal 29's deck into Seek Power. And critically, Seek Power is a 1-cost spell. It's odd.
Yeah, so you're going to see that even-handed golem stay there in the hand, I expect, for Meal 29.
Yeah, but it's
I'm
even-handed golem. It's the best card in their deck. Now they just transformed Draw Ascending. Thanks to the even-handed golems, even-only clause being turned off by the Royal Decree, you can go ahead and let them have that 2-cost 1/1.
Yeah, we're not going to see that one doing any, awesome summon abilities here for the rest of this game, unless, Meal could find all of them out of their deck somehow. It's going to take some time. As losing access to those draws, there's not going to be that same late game potential now. See the Desert Alchemist come down here and trade off for that Devotee of the Sands. And yeah, now the Virgin Mary going to turn to playing this Wasteland Broker, and I expect to see the Crust of Wisdom here, trying to dig them closer to whichever option here they want to toss in from that market. Take a look here at the Virgin Mary's market. They've got a Dazzle, Honor of Claws, Lumen Reclaimer, Nash Desert Prince, and Tovan, Skybreak Giant. That's a pretty awesome option, but given that Meal has that player Aegis, they're going to ship Albinroa to the bottom with that Scout.
Yeah, Meal 29 is kind of struggling right now. Two of their best card advantage engines, Dural Ascending and Even-Handed Golem, were turned off in one hit with that Royal Decree from Virgin Mary. And everything is just clicking into place now as we're going to see another Wasteland Broker come down. Corey, if you had to take a stab, what do you think Virgin Mary threw into the deck with those Wasteland Brokers?
I'm guessing at this point the Tovans. I think that you just wanted the additional really large threat. You knew you already had the power to get there, and that's one that just every single one of them you play is so difficult for Meal to actually fight against, given that you could have something like this Dazzle they just picked up to protect it, but that Dazzle actually looks like, I think that one may have come out of the market, Andrew. Let's take a peek one more time. Yeah, that Dazzle is actually the option there out of the market. Don't know which one of the brokers put in, but I would guess that we're probably seeing Tovans and Dazzles at this point then.
That sounds like a good plan to me. And if you're Meal 29, it's very painful here to Ice Bolt. This is when Ice Bolt is such an awesome removal effect when you can just sort of rely on the fact that you're going bigger than your opponent. They're kind of just playing a fair game. But when your opponent is also drawing cards and doing sweet things, giving them extra power with Ice Bolt just feels so bad.
Yeah, and here's actually the power of Danica that we're seeing, Andrew. Seeing that 7/8 come down, this is not something that Meal has something to boost their spell damage. They're going to be able to fight against a Danica. They'll have to actually kill that Wasteland Broker maybe that's imbuing it, so they're just going to turn to Helio, picking up 4 cards this turn.
Yeah, and this is tough because for Meal 29, it feels like both players are going to have the cards that they need this game, but now it just means that you sort of spent your turn not doing anything too big on the board, as we will see a Danica come through for an 8-point attack, slicing Meal's health total in half. And actually, we're just going to see Helio just chump block against an Overwhelm unit, so it only soaked up 2 damage there.
Yeah, only soaked up 2 damage, and Meal now down to 10. The Danica is just, with that other Wasteland Broker becoming unstunned from the Dazzle here on the next turn, this is potentially a lethal attack here the Virgin Mary has on the next turn. So Wasteland Broker of their own. The thing I'm worried about, Andrew, is the Virgin Mary has that one copy of Linray Codex in their hand. Do you just go for the Crystallize this turn? Do you think that with Meal having 4 power available that you're going to somehow be able to sneak through here?
Nope. I bet they have things like Dazzles and Equivocates and Ice Bolts to make that not work.
Yeah, definitely out of one of these Even Elysian decks. We're going to see a ton of ambush units. Things like Equivocate and Ice Bolt as well. So we're not going to see the Virgin Mary try to make that hasty play just yet.
And yeah, this is going to be a pretty tough spot here for Meal. They can go for an equivocate. Okay, so we're going to see the Desert Alchemist. You are just taking a ton of damage here if that equivocate doesn't successfully resolve.
Yeah, and it looks like Meal here with that block.
All right, so this is a clever play. We get to use the equivocate on the imbued unit to just shrink down the Danica but it's not going to happen. The Dazzle's going to stop it. And now we're getting into dangerous territory where you are just going to have to throw down a ton of health in front of the Danica just to block it down. It feels like Danica has proven to be a bit of a mirror breaker, just drawing extra cards, being humongous. Okay, well, Dazzle will stun it for a moment.
Yeah, you immediately see Meal. All right, cool. Let me get aggressive. I need to start fighting back here while the Virgin Mary only has one threat. But look at that hand, Andrew. That's been two nice pickups here in a row from the Virgin Mary side.
Yep, and we'll see a Dazzle just to stun the Danica. Meal did not play out the Wump and Mizo in their hand at 1 health with just an Aegis. They kind of know that if they let Virgin Mary throw off 2 snowballs, well, the first one knocks off the Aegis, and then the second one will ultimately kill him.
So we're seeing the Pride Leader come down here. Do you try to break the enemy player Aegis? So that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to kill that Xenonobolus, which will just break the player Aegis.
Yeah, I wonder if it wasn't better if this was your plan to just play Wumpa Mizo and use the Pride Leader to gain you some health so you could afford to take the snowballs.
Right, and then try to build up to that large 6/6 endurance that could...
The party pair, as it were. But we're going to see Virgin Mary Meal try and race back, and a Tovan is going to come down. And thanks to Xenonobolus, it's going to be out of range where you can cleanly Ice Bolt it. It'll just still be able to trade here and get Ice Bolted. This is a tough spot for Meal 29. It feels like all of these exchanges are just favoring Virgin Mary, pulling them a bit farther ahead.
Yeah, the positive thing here for Meal 29, you do have an extra turn, and okay, you have onslaughted now this Royal Decree.
Which one do you hit? The Linrise Codex, I don't think you can ever beat, but it's not going to be pleasant to leave them with a Sabertooth Pride Leader and a Grodov Stranger. You're already having a tough time dealing with that 9-10 Overwhelm that's going to unstun in another turn cycle.
Yeah, my instinct is you just have to take the Linrise Codex. You can't afford, if you're going to take this really aggressive line, to let your team get crystallized, but you also just can't afford to let Virgin Mary in 2 turns have these 2 monofaction units start flying, and that's what we're going to see.
Yeah.
And that's still a turned-off, even-handed golem. There's still some more Seek powers lying around from that earlier Royal Decree that the Virgin Mary played out. See the Grodov Stranger come down. It plays a Sigil. Now with enough power available to play that Pride Leader.
All right, Turtus Seed for Meal 29. That can... It's going to hit the Grodov Stranger. It still leaves you in this spot, though. Oh, could you afford to do that, Corey?
I don't know that you could, Andrew, as now this Pride Leader comes down. It ambushes this Wasteland Broker, and you don't actually have a plan for this Danica that's coming unstunned this turn.
Yeah, I think Meal 29... There's nothing fun about basically signing up for Grodov Stranger attacking you, and it was going to be a tall order for Meal 29 to come back in that one. But leaving the Danica around will make it so that Virgin Mary gets to pick up their second win of the day, and that will eliminate Meal 29 from the tournament. Congratulations to them on making it this far in our World Championships to the second stage, but they will not be joining us for the top 8 tomorrow. That is going to do it for the round. We have 1 round left on the day. Our 5th round of the day, we will be watching. There will be 3 matches of win and in, or lose and you are out. So it's going to be the most exciting round of the day. We're excited for it. We hope you all are too, and we will be back with that critical 5th round, the last round of stage 2, in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back to the Eternal World Championships. We are in our final round of the day. This is stage 2. We started off the day with 16 players. 5 so far have managed to advance into our top 8 tomorrow morning. And then this round, we will be seeing the 3 last remaining matches that will determine our top 8. Let's go ahead and get that bracket up and review where we're at in the tournament so far. As we mentioned, all of these players are playing a pure win and in, lose and go home. So as much as on the line as you can imagine, as players are still, all these players that we're going to see this round are still alive for the $15,000 up for grabs for first place. So first off, Twanbon versus Collector. That is a matchup between Cambrai Aggro versus Elysian Spells. Our featured match this round is going to be Nico Abba, who is on Huru Kira. They're playing against Kolokoma on a Xenon mid-range deck. That'll be an interesting matchup. Kolokoma is opted to play Vara Vengeance Seeker in their Xenon deck, so that'll match up quite nicely against the Bubble Shield type tricks from Nico Abba. We'll see if they can manage to pull that one off. And then Gage 902 on Yetis up against Virgin Mary on Even Elysian. We saw both those players in action earlier. That's a matchup between Yetis and Even Elysian. So, Corey, let's talk about the matchup that we're going to start the round with, and we'll get to the other matches if that one concludes. Nico Abba and Kolokoma. We haven't gotten to see much of Hurukira in action. What is that deck all about?
So really, this is all about playing these spells on your units, augmenting your units with things like the Bubble Shield, protecting them with that Aegis. If you can find a spot where you can get a Kira down, maybe get to her 4 Justice ability, or play the Huru Envoy, and then set up all of these spell effects like the Levitate, like the Justice Etchings. You can really turn through your deck, make this massive advantage while you're building up these high influences for these things like Ikaria Valkyrie Captain to pump her up to a 4-3, leading you up to something like Siditi the Killing Steel. This is a deck that really tries to keep the opponent off balance. It's one that, if it can get onto the board early, protect its units, can make the game kind of a nightmare for the enemy. And one of the things that I'm really interested to see is how well can Nico use something like their Silverblade Intrusion against this larger time deck. Fighting against Xenon, it has these large units, and it has something like Curtain Call, where if they can make a massive attack, Curtain Call up 2 units, and try to push through for a bunch of damage in that large amount of lifesteal. That's something that these decks usually struggle to sort of keep pace with, but with Silverblade Intrusion, if you make those 2 units that are blocking and vulnerable to damage against that Curtain Call, you can prevent that entire lifesteal attack. I think that's going to be a key thing for Nico Abba to sort of keep in mind during this match.
All right, and another critical card to look out for in this matchup has to be Tokos Waystone Harvester.
Yep.
The effect of making it so the enemy is not allowed to play spells on their own units, absolutely devastating to something like Justice Etchings, Levitate, etc. that we'll be seeing in the matchup. For both of these players, they are now 2-2 on the day, and they need one more win to make it through. For Nico Abba, they do have 4 starting deck copies of Valkyrie Enforcer, so we'll be interested to see how much they potentially hold those back, because silencing something like a Tokos or a Vara is going to be so critical. All right, it is time for the final round of the day. Let's get rolling. All right, welcome in. Nico Abba rolling things off with, I'm saying rolling a lot. There's no Rollins in this matchup, but we've got Valkyries aplenty for Nico Abba in their draw with Ikaria Valkyrie Captain and Siditi the Killing Steel, as they are going to figure out which 2-drop they want to deploy first. The big thing to watch out for is with both Kira and Ikaria Valkyrie Captain, they might want to protect her with a Bubble Shield, and do they want to run it into something like Ascendant Agent or Vara's Choice? Hey, what do you know? Kolokoma has both of those cards in hand.
Yeah, and an awesome thing here for Nico Abba, they actually started off with a copy there of the Kodash Evangel, so they're already at 4 Justice Influence to combine with that Justice symbol that we saw in turn number 1, Andrew. So they're going to run out the Ikaria Valkyrie Captain, looking to potentially ultimate her on the next turn, and actually enable that 6 Justice unlock on the 3rd turn of the game.
So for Kolokoma, they could Vara's Choice and just bounce and silence the Ikaria. That effectively removes it from the game, and they're going to go for that. It's pretty nice when you can make this play, because in the future, a Ascendant Agent will be able to fully answer a unit whereas this Ikaria is so easily just answered by silencing, bouncing it.
Yeah, we don't see many multi-faction units here out of Nico Aba's Hurukira deck. It's just that set of smugglers that we'll see. So that's an agent potentially more useful down the road. And now with that Kira in play, Colacoma's looking at it. Is this their spot? Are they going to fire off? We'll see
This
that
worked
banish.
out great for Nico Aba. They got to use the bubble shield, and they are now going to roll right into a Justice Etchings. So I think we will see Nico Aba exhaust that Kira. They'll play by exhausting it and playing that spell on it. They get to draw a card.
Yeah, and finding with that Etchings that power for the turn, they'll be able to throw away this silenced Ikaria Valkyrie Captain, pick up that Bring to Justice. So should Colacoma follow up here with something like a Tokas, they'll be able to remove that option.
We'll see another Ikaria come down for Colacoma.
Unfortunately here for Colacoma, not actually having the second Shadow Influence, but they will be able to use this banish. There is no second Bubble Shield on Nico's side. Kira sending Dust Bite the Dust.
And yeah, this is all starting to work out pretty great for Nico Aba. We'll see the attack from the Ikaria. I anticipate a Siditi, the Killing Steel, 5-cost 6/6 onslaught play, Curse of Provocation, and that Curse of Provocation says whenever Colacoma ends a turn, if no damage was dealt during that turn, Nico Aba gets to draw a card, and with no units on the board, they can't play a World Bearer Behemoth, they can't play a Vara Vengeance Seeker. They could have used the Banish or Ascendant Agent to kill the Curse of Provocation, but they're actually feeling like they need to kill the units first, and that does mean Nico Aba is going to draw more cards, and I am not liking the momentum of this game for Colacoma right now.
Yeah, behind on the board, behind in terms of generating card advantage, turn that Curse of Provocation, and oof, that's a nice pickup there for Nico Aba. Bubble Shield on top will be able to protect any future massive attacks here, as they're going to fire off the Trick Shot Ruffian this turn, buff this Ikaria up to a 12 strength, and this is going to cut Colacoma's health total in half, Andrew. Heck, even better than that, round it down.
Yeah, and for Nico Aba, I think we will see them go into the market now and pick up maybe Koryava Palace. That's a fantastic finisher for any Huru deck. And for Colacoma, they can both play maybe an All-Head Ascending and send an agent this turn. You know, the Huru deck really doesn't mind if you just fire removal spells at it. It's got some good ability to protect its units. It doesn't like when lots of World Bearer Behemoths show up because they just have limited tools to deal with bigger units. But for this game, Colacoma just struggled to get onto the board. They allowed Nico Aba to be able to protect their units well against those removal effects. And it just seems like it's going to be hard for Colacoma to have the kind of gangbusters, 2 great cards in 1 turn kind of play that would allow them to win this game.
Yeah, where on the flip side, we're seeing Nico Aba make all of those playing 2 cards in a turn as the Bring to Justice comes down. Now we're seeing the Palace. That's going to fire off a Withstand here on the Smuggler. Colacoma down to 3. And as you pointed out, Andrew, you know, those removal effects that we saw from Colacoma as Nico Aba here takes game number 1. You want access to those things. You want access to the Senate Agent. You want access to the Banish, but you want to be getting onto the board. As you pointed out, the Huru Kira deck really struggles if you can put it on the back foot where it can't actually block and brawl with your sort of units. The thing that I like on the side of Colacoma is when you can get that All-Head Ascending, when you can buff it up to that 5/5 Overwhelm, when you can get those World Bearer Behemoths out, when you can get the Varas out and make them a 5/5, like, you need to get the units in play before you're starting to fire off the spells. If you're trying to keep pace with the Huru Kira deck in the middle of the game firing off spells, that's when you're going to get, you know, out leveraged by things like those bubble shields and the sort of setup turns of Kira or Huru Envoy plus those Justice Etchings, that by the time that you get to things like the World Bearer Behemoth, you might actually just be too far behind to catch back up.
All right, so that was game number 1 here. Colacoma has got their back against the wall in this tournament. They're going to need to win these next 2 games if they want to advance to the top 8. Let's see if they can do that, starting with game number 2 here. They see a hand with double VAR and a curtain call, so VAR is really good against Huru, but can you afford for it to be your first play of the game potentially? And Colacoma is willing to take that chance as they keep this hand. I think they're just going to be hoping that maybe Nico Aba slow rolls some of their plays trying to protect them.
Yeah, this is I'm really hoping for you to slow down, have those bubble shields, play that defensive game, and awesome
Ooh!
pickup here for Kolakoma. That was huge.
Trailmaker will accelerate Kolakoma up to a turn 3 Vara as Nico Abba is going to deploy. It'll be interesting. They could go for the turn 2 Kira that'll be already up to the first stage with 4 Justice Influence, but with 2 Justice Etchings, it is appealing to wait a turn.
Yeah, on the flip side, though, it is a pretty big cost. Kolakoma here is already accelerating their power. They're getting to that point in the game where they're going to start getting out those powerful threats. Yeah, we're still going to just see that Evangel run out this turn. I assume that, yep, here comes the Vara parade starting off for Kolakoma.
And I'd anticipate that this Kodash Evangel will bite the dust, keep that Vara at a manageable size.
Well, we could see letting the Vara get pumped up. Given that you do have those Justice Etchings in hand, we might see Nico actually set up for something like a Pristine Light later on.
That's a great point, Corey. That AoE kill all units with 4 strength or more can do a great job of catching you up against a deck filled with World Bearer Behemoths, Varas, and Moonstone Vanguards.
It's definitely a risk, though. You have to go get the Pristine Light here on the first visit to the market. If Kolakoma follows up with several other large units as the game progresses, things could get out of hand. So we're just going to see the Valkyrie Enforcer come down and silence this Vara.
Yeah, and also you'd have to certainly watch out for a card like Curtain Call, which we do see in Kolakoma's hand, and they are playing a bunch of copies of that one. Just that 4 time ability on it of making all of your units indestructible for the turn is a great way to negate a Pristine Light, as we see a Twilight Hunt going onto that Vara, taking out that Valkyrie Enforcer. And yeah, we'll see a attack from the Vara.
Yeah, I really love this line here from Kolakoma. This just now makes both of these Varas really potent threats. You've got Nico in range. We're through, 2 more attacks from these Varas. You might be able to finish off the game. And again, this is the spot that the Xenon deck wants to be in. It wants to be the one applying pressure with the units, and then getting to the point where it can sort of dance around the tricks that the Huru Kira deck can deploy. So we're going to see that Kira Sending come down, and I expect to see a Justice Etching here, so Nico can make their power drop this turn.
Yeah, gets to draw them a couple extra cards, and I think we will see that Pristine Light be picked up, as it's going to be hard otherwise for Nico Abba to clean up this board. Yep, there it is.
All right, but if you're in Nico's seat now, all right, so they're going to make the cheeky attacker at the Evangel. I like this, given that the Kira is going to hold back the Trailmaker. May as well get this 2 points of health while you can.
Yeah, it's interesting. If Nico Abba were able to sniff out the Curtain Call and you set up something like a double block there into the Vara, and a Curtain Call breaks it up, that could set up the Pristine Light better, but
Right.
you just never know, do they actually have it or not. All right, a
All right,
Banish on the Kira will probably prompt a Levitate, I imagine, to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, but this is still going to be a massive attack here now for Kolakoma, and it's got a really nice way to refuel in their hand as well, Andrew. Look at all these treasure troves that they've saved up with these Xenon Silexes.
Sure. And we see everything crunch in, dropping Nico Abba down to 9. Is there any way Nico Abba can do something other than play Pristine Light and get blown out by a Curtain Call?
So let's see, if you attack here, you can get back up to 11. I mean, you can deploy something like Akira, but the issue is because one of these Varas is not silent, she is preventing you from getting an Aegis, so it's not even like you can play that Justice Etchings and get a Bring to Justice out of the market to kill her. You could get the Bring to Justice just to silence and stun her. Yeah, we're just going to see that Pristine Light fired off, and Nico's hoping for avoiding the worst here.
But the worst is going to happen, as Curtain Call is going to save the entire board for Kolakoma and Revenge back into the deck. So, and with 3 Treasure Crows for Kolakoma, we could easily see that one Revenge back on the next turn of the game. For Nico Abba, I think you're just going to be forced to run out this Kira Ascending, and hopefully it can somehow survive another turn. All right, an All Hat Ascending isn't going to do it to start. Treasure Trove number 1. Oh, that's a Tokas. Do you want a Treasure Trove again, or do you just want to get out a Tokas and stop the ability to play any more spells on their units?
Yeah,
It's a
if I'm in Kolakoma's side here, I'm gonna pump the brakes on these treasure troves. Make make my attack here, probably with just the hold on, actually. No, yeah. Make the attack with the two Varas, and then the Tokas at least puts you in a point where you're stopping things like Justice Etchings, you're stopping things like Levitate and maybe a huge turn from Nico's side. I think that kind of just allows you enough protection here.
Here's the danger of that line, Corey. Nico Abba's wow, Trailmaker's coming in. I'm not sure what that attacking there does. I think Nico Abba loves to keep around Kira here. They're going to take the risk and go down to 1. And let me tell you what they got set up here. Just by attacking with Kira, if they can get up to 8 Justice Influence, they're going to be able to give that Kodash Evangel +4/+3 with that 8 Justice Influence ability of when Kira attacks, give one of your other attacking units plus strength and health equal to Kira's strength and health. And so that's a 6/5 now attacker. That's pretty good. You're gaining quite a bit of health back. And since Kira has endurance, she'll be around to block for the next turn.
Yes, we'll see if this can actually allow Nico a spot where they might be able to gain enough health here to survive, as we're going to see that Justice Symbol played. Unlocking that ability, as you called out, Andrew, and now it's permanent +4/+3. Bolsters Nico's health now back up to 7. And is this a spot where maybe you Ryan Conclave Smuggler and you pull that Bring to Justice out of the market just to stun and silence one of these units?
I think so, because I think if you can just effectively guarantee that only one Var is attacking on the next turn of the game, you have to feel like you're in so much better shape. The real question is can you afford that? Can you afford to play a longer game where Tokas is on the board? Because if you use the Bring to Justice on the Var, that just ensures that you are never getting to play spells until you top deck something like a Valkyrie Enforcer. And yeah, Nico Abba is just saying, but another Tokas comes back. Can they find the curtain call here?
The curtain call would make it so both of these units have to block to survive.
Interesting.
Out, firing off the Levitate now, just in case another Tokas were to join the fray.
Heads up play, and it is just a World Bearer Behemoth. We're going to see a Tokas to stop something like a Silverblade Intrusion. And at this point, yeah, you have to attack with both. We're going to see, I think, Ron Clave Smuggler chump one of them, but I think Kira is not going to chump, and we're going to see Kira once again just try to power up this Kodash Evangel. It is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, this is sort of a punish here for not attacking with maybe just one Varo or playing the All-Head Ascending and then sending with all the units. You could have forced, some decay damage onto the Kira to shrink her size, so the Kodash Evangel maybe wouldn't have grown up as much.
So still limited options for Nico Abba with that Tokas on the other side of the board, effectively shutting off both Justice Etchings and the Silverblade Intrusion. And with Pristine Light and Bring to Justice gone, no obvious way to answer it. They can go into the market with Rhyme Conclave Smuggler this turn, maybe pick up something like a Koryavat Palace. But for now, I think we're going to maybe see another huge lifesteal swing from this Kodash Evangel. Start things off by just drawing a power, just so that they have lots of power for future turns. Sure.
I think we might actually see Nico Abba try to turn to either the Vanquisher's Blade or that Mantle of Justice in their market. They're already gaining enough health here to get them to survive at least one more turn, but they're still kind of in the danger zone here, right? They're up to 12. And Kolakoma, if somehow they manage to find a way to answer the blockers that Nico has exactly 12 strength to actually push through lethal here.
I mean, the real question is, though, is how much do you want to get something like Mantle of Justice when there just is a Vara Deadly that could sit back and block? And
right.
Oh, we do see a Senda Agent picked up now, so one of these units can bite the dust. That curtain call just refusing to show up for Kolakoma.
So we're going to fire off the Senda Agent here. That's going to, interesting, take out the Kira rather than the giant lifesteal unit.
And how aggressive does Kolakoma want to be here? At a certain point, there. Oh wow! So Nico Alba cannot double block the Tokas. They're going to need to block at least one thing to survive, and they're just going to double block down the Aegis stopping Vara,
Right,
the
so this is going
unsilenced
to
one.
take Nico down to 3, Kolokoma back up to 21. We will just see an all head join the board here. So,
Oh my
holy moly,
god!
Andrew. That is going to be a gigantic Kodosh Evangel here.
I mean, Nico Alba is capable of gaining 30 health this turn, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, what they really need is an Elder's Feather to give it flying to get over all these blockers.
Yeah, that would do it as they go back up to 33. And now with a banish, I believe Kolokoma is going to get this game completely under control, banishing the Kodosh Evangel. The last major threat for Nico Alba is gone. And with that Tokas still in play, it reduces a lot of the chances for Nico Alba to dig their way out. I
Yeah,
mean, Nico Alba was behind a lot this game. They had to go up against double Tokas, double Vara, and it felt like they came really close.
yeah, they were definitely still in it there. Yeah, not now we're seeing this attack here from Kolokoma, and the writing's really on the wall once this World Rare Behemoth hits play as well.
All right, Nico Alba, all they're left with is a trick shot ruffian, but it doesn't have any tricks to get out of this game as Kolokoma ties up this best of 3 match as we are going to be heading into a decider here in the final round of stage 2. For both of these players, this next game has it all on the line. The winner will advance to our top 8 and the loser will be eliminated from the tournament. For Kolokoma, did a great job, Corey. They followed your game plan exactly of getting to the board early and applying pressure and forcing the Haru deck to go for things like Pristine Light in a spot where Curtain Call could just completely blow them out. And for the other player, for Nico Alba, what are we looking for this game to get them back into the winner's circle?
Honestly, don't change the plan too much. That was a game where your opponent had double Vara, they had double Tokas, and you were keeping pace with what they were able to do. Try to come out of the gates with one of those Kiras maybe on the 3rd turn with the bubble shield protection. Find your disruptive elements for whatever pieces that you're seeing on the other side. If Kolokoma comes out with those Varas, find the ways to silence them and make sure that your bubble shields are turning back on. If they're coming out with Tokuses, get that off the board immediately. Do not let Tokus sit around, and then try to set up your powerful, mid to late game plan there. Find your ways to push through, set up a turn with Levitates and maybe a trick shot ruffian to end the game.
I thought it was super heads up from Nico Alba last game to use the Bring to Justice on the Tokas instead of the deadly Lifesteal Vara, just recognizing how much it contributes to their long-term plans. All right, Kolokoma has kept. They've got to banish into a Vara. Meanwhile, Nico Alba with no primal influence is going to toss it away. This hand is okay. Trickshot Ruffian is not at its best in this matchup just because this matchup is not as much about a racing situation. They'd much rather have some things that can draw them some cards, help them pull ahead against the removal of Kolokoma, but they're going to keep on the back of Ikaria, and beautiful top deck from Kolokoma with that Tokas and matched right back with a Valkyrie Enforcer. So we are off and running here, Corey.
Yeah, little slow out of the gates here for Kolokoma. There's no Send an Agent. There's no Vara's choice here to kind of disrupt what Nico's got going on. But both players really have the tools. I think we're in for a pretty awesome game number 3 here between our two players. So we'll see this Hura Insignia come down, and do you just take this spot, probably ultimate the Zakaria, get the extra power. That's what we're going to see.
And sending it back Kolokoma's way. How happy are you to just run out your Tokas here? And there they are. So they're going to just try to lock out all of the spells, but a beautiful Valkyrie Enforcer for Nico Alba that's going to be buffed up thanks to the Ikaria Valkyrie Captain's Ultimate as a 4/4 will be able to silence that Tokas and unlock the full potential of their spells.
Yeah, I think that if you're Nico here, you just have to run out the Valkyrie Enforcer. You want to set up the spot where you have the Kara Ascending plus the Bubble Shield. Sure, there are more Tokases. Sure, there are maybe Varas in Kolokoma's future. but you can't let the power acceleration plus the ability to lock out your main game plan occur here. And now, how do you follow up on Colocoma's side? We see that Vara come down.
Yep, turning off Aegis is a pretty nice thing to do. For Nico Abba, a tricky decision here. They could sacrifice maybe one of these Valkyries. It's not clear which is better because Ikaria is close to becoming a 4-3 flying endurance. That makes it maybe a little better than a 4-4. But without the 6 Justice Influence rolled up, and then there's always just the option of, you just go for something like Rhyme Conclave Smuggler on a Bring to Justice and just say, I'm going to ride in the air. I'm going to silence your Vara.
That was a big drawing, Andrew. How does that change things for us? If you're on Nico Alba's side, what are you thinking now? Where do you go?
It's this. I think this made your turn just absolutely gorgeous. You get to go for Akira, Justice Etchings, maybe draw a card, maybe get a Bring to Justice, silence to deal with the Vara, and now still have a Bubble Shield, and you just are dominating the board. This is all lining up beautifully. A Levitate to fly over whatever's coming next. Colocomo has got to find some good answers fast because the game is really starting to turn Nico Alba's way.
All right, so going to pick up the Pristine Light here, potentially have the option of picking up all of these units on a later turn instead of just going for that Bring to Justice.
Yeah, the Pristine... Yeah, I mean, the Pristine Light is an uber powerful tool here just because it does mean that you get to sort of redraw all of these awesome units. I mean, Ikaria and Valkyrie Enforcer both have awesome one-shot effects that you're going to get access to again if you use that Onslaught ability to draw all of the units that died this turn that went to your Void.
And I think Nico's now thinking, okay, am I sure that I want to go down this route? I could Rhyme Conclave Smuggler, trade in this Ruffian, get that Bring to Justice. But no, they think that this sets them up the best for the next couple of turns here. Sends it back over to Colocomo.
And the thing so for Colocomo, they've got some interesting options here. The thing I'm pretty scared about if I'm Colocomo or if I'm Nico Alba is that Time Etchings getting something like a Nash Desert Prince out of the market to put all of the flyers on the bottom of Nico Alba's deck.
Yeah, that's what I would definitely be afraid of as well. And should Colocomo go for a play like that, they have a nice turn set up. They could play this Time Etchings and that Banish. Nico going to fire up this Levitate now that they know the Vara is attacking. See what they find here.
Yeah, interesting if you're Colocomo. Do you want to fire off the Banish before something like a Silverblade Intrusion gets drawn? And this is going to work out pretty nicely for Colocomo, all things considered. The Banish here will be able to effectively disrupt the block. It will mean since Ikaria is invulnerable to damage that one can freely block and absorb any lifesteal damage. No damage was dealt this turn. But yeah, I think we're going to see a follow-up here of a Time Etchings from Colocomo go into the market. And with two great flyers on Nico Alba's board, how does it get better a spot than it is right now for Nash Desert Prince?
But take a look at these health totals, Andrew. Because the Silverblade Intrusion stopped the lifesteal there on Colocomo's side.
You're right. They have set it up.
I think this is Nico just taking the second to verify, okay, is there anything that Colocomo can have to stop me here? The Trickshot Ruffian in hand, that's 7 additional points of strength. And with 8 on the board, that would represent lethal. They're going to start off Ikaria Valkyrie Captain. I assume that this is actually just to go get that Bubble Shield back out of the market that they put in earlier.
Well, Bubble Shield ain't doing nothing against Var, but I
guess,
feel like
yeah, I guess that is true. Good call.
But yeah, Trickshot Ruffian giving +8/+8 to the Flyers. This game was so close to just completely being taken over by Nash Desert Prince, but instead Trickshot Ruffian giving the gigantic boost across the finish line for Nico Alba, who advances to the top 8 and will be competing tomorrow for the title of Eternal World Champion and their share of $15,000 of our $50,000 prize pool this weekend. For Colocomo, we were thrilled that they were able to join us this weekend, and condolences to them on exiting here in the last match. All right, so the other two matches of the round have already concluded. Collector was victorious. They defeated who was their opponent this round? They beat Twanbon on Combre Aggro, and so Collector and their Elysian Spells deck has advanced to our top 8, and then Gage 902 up against Even Elysian. Well, the Even-Handed Golem's Judgment Day is here, as it was defeated by the Yetis of Gage 902, and so now we have a top 8. Lights Out Ace, A rank 13, the Boxer, Stormblessed, Tydragon, Collector, Gage 902, and Nico Abba. Those are your 2020 Eternal World Championship top 8 competitors. They will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. That will be a single elimination bracket of Throne matches. And for that event, we will be showing you every single match. So instead of having the first round run all at the same time, we're going to show you a quarterfinal, then another, then another, then another, then both semifinals, and then our finals, which will be a best 3 of 5 match. So congratulations to all those players who made it. Condolences to those in that eliminated screen at the bottom. Corey, any parting thoughts on what we witnessed here today in stage 2?
I mean, all in all, we saw some really absurd games. We started with that expedition match where, we saw the Maves going back and forth. Then we shifted focus and we got over here to Throne. We were watching, the aggressive decks just pushing over the finish line, as we saw in this last round with, Nico Abba just barely getting through before the Nash can end up stopping it. I'm excited, Andrew. We got 8 amazing players. Can't wait to see who becomes our world champion. And we're going to get to watch 7 awesome matches of Eternal tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be a fun day. So hopefully all of you can come back here and join us. It'll be starting at same time that this one did, 11 a.m. Mountain Time. Louis Scott Vargas will be with us for the broadcast tomorrow, bringing out the big guns for our final day of the Eternal World Championship. This has been a great tournament, and we've been really excited to bring it to you. All right, that's going to do it for today's coverage. On behalf of myself and Corey Burkhart and our producers Sam Stelter and Tim Eller for assisting us, I want to thank everyone for participating and thank all of you for joining us. We will be back, as I mentioned, again tomorrow at 11 a.m. with the conclusion of the 2020 World Championships. Who will be the 2020 World Champion? Tomorrow we will find out.